Good morning and hello, everyone. Or shall I say good afternoon? Hope everyone's doing well. Okay, there we go with that. Hey Bubbles, how you doing, my girl?
Wouldn't have believed if you told me last December I'd cross the border this year more times than I can remember. Back and forth from Canada to the United States. Yeah, we hustle on the move, we do whatever it takes. And I never could have imagined I would travel so much. My brown and documented people, y'all know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood, oh no, hold up. Must be playing, they the racist land invading, mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the natives who took time to share their stories. I can't put into words what y'all have really done for me. And Logan Savage fam been showing me the way, cultivating the rage, motivating me to stay brave. Like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who were holding it down in their ancestral homeland. They're gonna turn the shit around. To all the young sisters, always elevate your voice. You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If somebody tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous led land defense worldwide, native life demonstrating excellence. Born to ride, born to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance, all what got me on the road. Believe I had to examine every word that I wrote, cause the youth were listening when I was standing to speak. Cause I'm coming from the struggle and they was feeling the beat. So I had to make sure that I was coming correct. Took time to sit back and really reflect. If you wanna build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve sharp, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time. Don't got much time left. No, no, huh, woo, huh. Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y el país prendió fuego. Now waiting for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land, screaming fuck the police. We don't beg our oppressor, we hold court in the streets. Ferguson and coast to coast, it's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only way we'll live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's piss. But when you good on that shit, you learn to tell them like this: the liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound, bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Man, that's flashbacks in these tios, borrachos growing up who only showed their soul and faces when they needed a buck. They get into the cases and then my mom could be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights, and that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are, and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for a whole other song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, try to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking breathless, you could never kill my spirit, but you should just call me Deadless. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless, try to keep up with my lyrics. Got you looking breathless, you could never kill my spirit, but you could just call me Deathless. That's it. 2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come.
Let's see. Oh yeah.
I got some natives in here where they telling me they'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying, cause to them that be hella weak. Cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep at the wheel. From here I'm smoking weed and pills, and everybody else I'm praying hope for people we should kill. Strength is kept as a secret, cause people they ain't really doubt it. Sing and dance of power now and then keep it up in the houses. What you afraid of? Our natives who dying slow, so scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first go out to look around and see what's still happening, cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing, but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete. For anybody involved, we got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the boozer amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front line, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Know where you need to be. You know that this ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know which people got to die. Show me your war face, dripped up in war paint.
Oh, hell yeah. I love that song.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of.
Hey, Crystal.
Killing in the name of.
And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of.
And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Yeah, come on.
you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Proceeds from this video will be going to the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea to create a
Yeah, get your fucking blood pumping. Oh, this should be interesting. Hey, Dazed. Good afternoon.
Good evening, welcome to APTN National News. I'm Dennis Ward. Breaking news out of Manitoba with an APTN exclusive. How the province is making a massive change to child welfare. Here's Melissa Ridgen with more.
I'm outside the legislature where Families Minister Heather Stephenson says this province is going to end the controversial practice of birth alerts.
We heard very loud and clear from through our Legislative Review Committee as well as the MMIWG inquiry, who both recommended the end of the practice of birth alerts. We also heard from the Grand Chiefs in the indigenous communities and the First Nation communities, and also other members of community members in the indigenous communities, that this is something that they wanted to see.
This change will take effect on April 1st. It gives child welfare agencies time to get ready to do business in a way that they haven't been doing business previously. These birth alerts are attached to an expectant mother's health file. So when she gives birth, child welfare authorities are notified. Oftentimes it leads to these babies being apprehended right from the hospital at just several hours old. Manitoba has the highest rate of kids in care, 11,000 kids in care at any given time in this province, 90% of whom are Indigenous, and many are taken on a birth alert. They estimate it's one a day that are taken on these birth alerts here in Manitoba. Stephenson said that a review of these birth alerts shows that they didn't work anyways.
Daily.
So we conducted a review of the birth alert process,
90%
and what we found is that there's no
Indigenous.
evidence to prove that this is that increases the safety of children in any way.
Stephenson said that this is just one part of a massive overhaul to child welfare delivery here in Manitoba. She said that ending these birth alerts, they hope will set up expectant mothers with the supports already in the community to hopefully keep the children with the mothers instead of taking the kids and then working backwards to get the kids back with these families. Often that never happens.
What we're trying to do is certainly developing those plans, the birthing plans with mums and with families, and there are programs that exist now out there. So what we want to do is try and build back that trust within the community to ensure that we can point them towards these programs that are working.
Melissa Ridgen, APTN National News, Winnipeg.
This announcement makes Manitoba only the second province in Canada to end birth alerts. British Columbia did so last September. We'll have more reaction to this news tomorrow, and you can find more on this story on our website, aptnnews.ca. An undisclosed settlement has been reached between the Indigenous woman at the center of a widely criticized interrogation video and the RCMP. Last June, Aidan Withers filed a lawsuit against the West Kelowna RCMP and the officer who questioned her. The incident occurred in 2012 when Withers was just 17 years old. She was interrogated for more than 2 hours by RCMP Constable Kent Hall after reporting an alleged sexual assault. In the video, the officer asks Withers, quote, "Were you at all turned on during this?" unquote. In a statement to APTN, the RCMP say
Wow.
they are pleased to have reached a settlement with Withers. And
Can you
quote,
imagine
this
that you're a
incident
rape
highlighted
victim
the
and a cop
importance for
asks
the
you
RCMP
if you
to
were
continue to review and update our sexual assault investigative
turned
training
on through any
practices
of the
and
any of
policies.
that, any of that? What
Wet'suwet'en
the fuck?
Hereditary Chiefs and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs say the RCMP is using improper and unlawful actions in enforcing a checkpoint on Wet'suwet'en territory. At a press conference today in Vancouver, they called on the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP to investigate the actions of officers at the checkpoint. The complaint includes 8 first-hand accounts of inconsistent actions by police, as some people are being turned away at the checkpoint. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip called on Premier John Horgan to meet with Wet'suwet'en Hereditary Chiefs.
John Horgan has vehemently and adamantly refused to meet with hereditary chiefs. We find that response highly unacceptable. It's irresponsible.
Exactly right.
And we're calling upon Premier Horgan to get off his high horse and know and understand it's part of his responsibilities to do his utmost to de-escalate a very dangerous and volatile situation.
Meanwhile, at the police checkpoint on Maurice West Forest Service Road in Wet'suwet'en territory, 3 police cars are now blocking the road and are not letting media through at this time. APTN News has been allowed by police to go through the checkpoint until today. There have been concerns that police will be increasing their presence in the area to enforce the injunction that allows Coastal Gas to do work on the pipeline being built in the area. This morning, rush hour commuters in Montreal were met with the makeshift burning blockade created in support of Wet'suwet'en anti-pipeline activists. According to photos in a press release submitted by activists, orange traffic cones were set on fire and a banner was hung over an exit sign. The press release says the blockade was done after Wet'suwet'en anti-pipeline protesters in BC called for solidarity actions. A similar traffic disruption happened on January 16th in Montreal. Police there say that there have been no arrests for the incidents and that they are still under investigation. The barricade was cleaned up by 9 a.m., but the banner was still hanging well into the morning.
Leave the fucking banner alone.
Now, still to come, a huge vote for a First Nation in Ontario this week, and warm weather is already affecting some winter roads.
Hello, I'm Todd Lamoran, and here's what's coming up on Nation to Nation. The federal government says it wants a settlement with kids caught up in the child welfare system. They just need more time. One NDP MP isn't buying that argument. As well, there's a new conservative critic of Indigenous services, Gary Vidal, who also defeated Indigenous NDP MP Georgina Dollywah in the October federal elections. I sit down and get to know him and his opinion on Indigenous issues. That's all coming up right after the national news.
Here's a look at Friday's weather forecast, starting on the East Coast. Sunny
Yeah,
skies and -4 in Charlottetown, +3 under the sun for Halifax. 13 below with showers in Nain, -10 with...
So we'll take a moment here to look at this. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe is prioritizing COVID-19 vaccines for those who speak native languages. Fort Yates, North Dakota. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe in North Dakota is prioritizing distribution of COVID vaccines to those who speak Dakota and Lakota languages. That's what the chairman is about, keeping customs alive. It is something we have to pass on to our loved ones. Our history, our culture, our language. We don't have it in black and white. We tell stories. That's why it's so important. Standing Rock Reservation straddles the North Dakota and South Dakota border and is home to about 8,000 people. more than half of whom live in North Dakota. They said only 300 on the reservation are fluent in the language. Frontline healthcare workers have already, but oh geez. Well, good, Nishka. Keep that up. Stay underneath their radar. Them motherfuckers are greedy as fuck. There have been mixed political reactions to this. Well, I understand ensuring that the language is preserved and kept, and it makes it very hard to make any like decisions, because we need to keep our heritage and our culture and our language alive. So ensuring that 300 of them are among the first to get the vaccine is very important. I mean, I would love it if, you know, the government would stop being such fucking dumb pricks and genocidal fucking racist pricks, and like literally gave enough of the vaccine to do everyone at once. But they don't do that for indigenous people. They barely do that for their own people. I would assume that most of the elders are also the majority native speakers. Nobody should have an issue with this. Yeah, you're right, Days. No, you're bottom of the totem. Yeah, right, Nishka, right? Yeah. Which is really fucking stupid. But it makes sense, you know? I mean, if you're looking to maintain the control and of the theft of land and its resources, what do? You put the people who are the main one. I grew up with the Shoshone ancestors tribe in Oregon. Nice, Nishka, nice. I knew I liked you for a reason, young lady. But it does make sense, right? Like, I mean, not native though, but I am accepted. Well, yeah, like, just because you're not native doesn't mean that you're not a human being like the rest of us and dealing with the same shit the rest of us are, right? But there's that whole entire thing. Yeah, they tried to force tribes here to take last with the vaccines. Yeah, exactly, right? Will you be the last in line with the vaccine so that as much as possible of your population dies off? All good. North America has been repeatedly embarrassed by how well tribes handle quarantine in comparison to the rest of the country. I feel like some people see this as an opportunity to wag the finger at them. Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny, right? Like, a lot of tribes did a really, really good job, even though most of our tribes or nations only received body bags from the government. and had to do everything and had to look other places to get resources to be able to have the supplies needed for like masks, gloves, hand sanitizers, disinfectants and stuff. Well, that too is reservations tend to only look out for the people living there, and it's not in a bad way. But natives tend to be very close knit. Yeah, we do tend to be very close knit. The Moccasin Telegraph is a huge thing. Huge. Let me tell you, it is huge. It's faster than the internet. Well, that kind of collectivism is not unavailable to everyone else. It's just been buried under hyper individualistic capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What is that? What is that, Bubbles? It's kind of cute. It's like a polar bear laid an egg. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, that's from Dirtbag. Okay. Dang. Looks like a polar bear laid an egg. Yeah. So let's see.
Welcome back. Pictou Landing First Nation is getting their harbor back after 50 years of a pulp mill dumping liquid waste into the water. Nova Scotia's 2015 Boat Harbor Act comes into effect tomorrow, a legislation that mandates Northern Pulp can no longer pump liquid waste into Boat Harbor. Fluids will still flow into the water until the end of April as the pipe from the Northern Pulp Mill is flushed out and cleaned. Then the long-term cleanup starts, which is expected to take over 4 years. With the cold of winter, the number of Indigenous people living on the streets of Ottawa is at crisis levels. And the city has called for a state of emergency over housing and homelessness. Jamie Pasha-Gumscum spoke with the city and the Indigenous community on what needs to be done.
Florence Iktuk-Sakchuat moved to Ottawa from Iqaluit because of lack of housing. Now she's desperate.
Please act immediately.
Ottawa councillor Catherine McKenney agrees and called for a state of emergency with a special emphasis on Indigenous housing and homelessness.
Here in this city, the Indigenous population makes up about 2.5% of our overall population, but we know that it represents about 30% of our homeless population, and that is really something that we should need to be ashamed of. We need to focus on. We have a moral and ethical obligation.
The motion was voted on in council and passed unanimously. Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson said Ottawa is addressing the issue, but they need help from the federal and Ontario government.
We added $15 million to the budget for this year to build more affordable housing. We just came from a meeting a few moments ago with Minister Hussein, who's the federal minister responsible for housing, and I specifically raised the issue of Indigenous peoples who don't have decent, warm places to call home, in particular I told him we have the largest Inuit population in southern Canada, located right here in Ottawa. So we know we have to do more, and that's why we met with the minister, and I spoke with the provincial minister this week as well. We want all hands on deck because we need all three levels of government working together to get more houses built and shovels in the ground.
60s scoop survivor Daniel Elvis Sundown moved to Ottawa in 1986 and has been homeless for years. He says there are solutions, but now the city needs to act.
There are a lot of government buildings out there vacant, doing nothing, just sitting there, rotting. Why don't they take the government buildings, fix them up, shelter?
Florence Ituksaktjoat says that here in Ottawa, her rent used to be $750 a month. In January, it was raised to $1,200. She doesn't know how much longer she can pay for her apartment, and she has a message for the mayor.
To act right away, because we people can't freeze outside. We can't. We're living human being. Like, really, are you going to do that to us? We rarely have any resources to get help. And we need resources that can help us.
Mayor Watson said he would like the next federal budget to be themed around housing. Jamie Pashagumskum, APTN National News, Ottawa.
On Friday, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation will vote on a proposed project that would see nuclear waste buried deep along the shores of Lake Huron. Meetings have been held and information has been distributed in the community, but for some, the decision at hand should be engaged spiritually, culturally, and ancestrally. Elena McDougall has that story.
Waste from Ontario Power Generation-owned nuclear generating stations at Bruce, Pickering, and Darlington could be buried 1.2 kilometers inland from the shores of Lake Huron if members of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation consent to a proposed deep geologic repository within their territory. On Friday, the community of approximately 5,000 will cast a binding vote on the project, and there's no telling how the vote will go.
Some people will consider voting yes because of economic development. Well, economic development doesn't save the land.
Other members gathered in ceremony with hope that people will consider the voice of a being who doesn't have a ballot. Water.
Pray hard for that water. Teach the young boys, your children, your grandchildren, and those ones yet to come, how to pray for that water each and every day. And like this little one here, I'm so grateful that he's here. It brings joy to my heart to know that we may not think they're not listening, but they are listening.
In 2013, Ontario Power Generation committed to Saugeen Ojibwe Nation that the proposed deep geological repository project would not proceed without their consent. Last year, OPG hosted 22 information sessions in the communities, and in response to concerns about water, OPG issued the following statement. The DGR would isolate the waste 68 meters underground in impermeable rock that has been isolated from any lake or groundwater for millions of years. The DGR would be 3 times deeper than the lake, but would not be under the lake. It would have no connection with the lake. The company goes on to say, right now, nuclear waste is safely stored at the surface on an interim basis in buildings about 1.2 kilometers from Lake Huron. Putting the waste in a deep repository is a lasting solution, one that protects people, the lake, and the environment. It is the right thing to do for future generations. Jessica Kishig-Martin has studied the information. For her, Indigenous knowledge and ceremony will have the final say.
We have a proposed project before us that we need to make a decision on, but we need to be provided the opportunity to look at all of the options. And part of this work today is about listening to the water, to hear what Nebe Manado is telling us to do.
APTN will be watching for the outcome of the vote as it unfolds in the days ahead. Elena McDougall, APTN National News, Saugeen.
Concern is growing in northwestern Ontario after unseasonably warm weather started affecting the winter road network. There are 34 communities in Anishinaabe Nation accessible only by plane and by winter road. The winter road season is often short and depends heavily on cold weather for thick ice. Anishinaabe Nation Grand Chief Elvin Fiddler said the roads are usually open right now, but that isn't happening. Thin ice means the semi-trailers that bring in supplies cannot travel. That means things could get even more costly for the North.
At least 12 more inches of ice, for example, before they can haul full loads of fuel into their communities. It's going to have a huge financial impact on them. Many communities now are running out of fuel, for example, their fuel supply for the year. And if they can't haul it in by winter road soon, they will have to fly it in.
Time for another quick break, and then we're off to Colville Lake. Stick around. Here's the rest of Friday's weather forecast. Piggyback up in northern Alberta, +2 in high level under sunny skies, 0 for Peace River, 11 above in Medicine Hat, 1 degree warmer for Lethbridge, +11 with showers in Vancouver and Tofino, 14 above with rain in Victoria, +7 in Prince George with rain, -5 in Fort Nelson, 27 below for Old Crow, -30 with flurries for Rock River. -8 under sunny skies in Fort Liard and Trout Lake. Snow and 14 below for Yellowknife. Snow and -29 in Sax Harbor. 28 below in Pawatuck. -21 for Baker Lake. 15 below with flurries in Repulse Bay. -39 in Resolute. 35 below in Arctic Bay. Welcome back. Recently, APTN aired a story on a community in the Northwest Territories in dire need of a new school. But residents there say a lack of resources will not keep them from educating themselves. Our reporter Charlotte Mort-Jacobs spent time in the community of Colville Lake, where family stories are being recorded on paper for the first time. Here's a look.
Kamamitu, Colville Lake, a fly-in community of 140, primarily
First, yeah, Crystal, it's not easy. It's frustrating. Secondly, Nicky Scott, I'm sorry to hear that they did that. That's fucked up. Usually they're supposed to give you a few days in advance, or as like a leeway. Damn. We'll go to Comcast. Oh shit. So they hold the fucking key to it all and they're like, oh well. Are they gonna turn it back on? Or are they going to try and make you redo a whole entire thing for it? Which wouldn't surprise me if they try. Okay, good. Hopefully he comes back with good news and not, oh, well, you know, they wanted us to redo the whole fucking process again. But that they just fucking turned it back on. We're praying that they say that, yeah, okay, we'll just turn it back on, no problem. Fucking greedy fuckers, eh? Yeah, I know, right? Or they're like, here, bundle TV, internet, and home phone. Remember when those places used to provide you with an actual home phone? Remember those days? Maybe some of the youngsters here probably don't remember that, but I remember when these companies used to provide you, when they got you to do a bundle of TV, internet, and home phone, that they provided you with a home phone. I remember those days. Wait, did I just date myself? Shit. I just gave away some of my age. No. Yeah, back in the early 90s, yeah. Like, from the time that home phones became a thing, they literally provided you with a home phone, whether it was the old, hang up on the wall with the little ear thing that you put to your ear, and a little speaker thing that you put through to your, that you sat real close to and talked. And you had to like dial up the operator to connect your call, to the rotary phones. I'm just reading about something nice, the Republic of Lakota. Nice disco rat. Yeah. Back in the good old days. Where your children were the remote, and it was usually the youngest child that was the remote. Go change the channel. Or the oldest ones were the ones that were the rabbit ears. They were holding and fixing the rabbit ears just right to get the picture right. Oh dang, I clicked the dial too far. Yeah. The good old days. Where watching TV was maybe like an hour or two at nighttime and a family thing. And most of the time was like news or some sport event or even a movie. The address the nation is one. Every channel I'm gonna miss Flipper on. Yeah. Or you'd like watch, Walt Disney or what is that one? That Omaha one, Mutual Life of Omaha or whatever thing. The good old days. I am that old when the second Wounded Knee standoff happened. I am not that old for the first original Wounded Knee massacre. Yeah, the one I'm old enough with the Wounded Knee incident in the 70s, yes. I was alive and kicking. Was I there? No. I was born in Canada with my tribe from Sitting Bull's tribe that remained up here in Canada when Sitting Bull went back down to the States. And then at 3 months old, I was stolen from my mom and placed into child welfare in their foster system and then sold to a non-indigenous family in what's now referred to as the 60 Scoop. I wish I was there. But I would have been just a youngster. If I was at the Wounded Knee incident, the second one, in the early 70s, as an adult, that would make me into my, what? Can you tell us about the declaration of war against exploiters of Lakota spirituality? I'm not sure I really have read up on that one. Well, it's okay, Disco Rat. I haven't read up with that one, and I not that I oppose it or anything, I just haven't read up on it. I got so many things going on and most of my time is spent helping you guys to understand some things, and you know what I mean? Other than that, I'm usually helping people in some way, shape, or form. But if you can provide me with a link for it, yeah, I'm not part of the American Indian movement. And as a matter of fact, most of the Sioux tribes have split away from AIM and have their own AIM movement. Due to some questions of why which with them taking babies is a lot, why many natives don't like white people. Hey Mama M, I'm okay. Yeah, Disco Rat, I'm not a part of AIM. I have never been a part of AIM. Yeah. Well, Nishka, that happens in all areas. It seems to be a common theme throughout the United States and Canada. I'm more of Native Youth Movement, which is a totally different thing than AIM, but no less a thorn in the government side, so to speak. basically after Leonard Crowdog, or not Leonard, well, yeah, Leonard Crowdog, Russell Means, and Leonard Peltier, after both Leonard Crowdog and Russell Means went through extreme hardship from the Wounded Knee incident, and Leonard Peltier is still was imprisoned for not having enough evidence, so basically just being an Indian, because the state could not provide any evidence, but they still convicted him. And the Ojibwe side of AIM apparently had a lot more freedom, which was really funny. So after that, the Ojibwe or the Sioux Nation split away from the Ojibwe side of AIM. Due to many questions that still to this day are unanswered. So you won't find a whole, you'll find Sioux that can talk about AIM back in the day, but they don't have anything to do with the Ojibwe side of AIM today at all, if that makes any sense. So yeah, just, you know, basic things like that. You know how it goes. We get the same thing, you know, y'all get the same thing on, you know, with like, you know, I will try to persuade Yudi. Lord. Yudi wasn't there, man. She was a little baby for all of that. Yudi's younger than me. Just saying. I mean, if you really want to know about different things that would have to do with stuff like that, you might want to try Rabbit, or Silver Spook, or yeah, Twin. Yes. Yeah, I would say Disco Rat. You're probably better off in regards to that with Twin. Unfortunately, I don't know of any indigenous streamers right now that had any involvement in that are on right now streaming. That may change in the future, as well. Silver Spook and his wife may know some people that you might be able to put you in contact with. Yeah, old stories. That may know more or have more old stories. Being that I was born and raised up in Canada, I don't have a whole lot of old stories. And I'm not going to pretend like I know something that I don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just going to tell it to you straight. You know what I mean? Honesty and integrity is an important aspect of indigenous culture. So if we don't know about something or we're not sure about something, thank you for the advice. Twin is great with history, they might know more. Okay, Nishka, thank you for popping by. Please feel free to come by anytime you like. You're more than welcome. I greatly appreciate you being here. It is awesome. Yeah, Disco Rat. Twin is very great with history. Yes, they are. And like I said, it's there are things that I know and understand, and there are some things that I just don't know. Nobody knows everything, right? And I'm not gonna lie about it to you to tell you some story and then later on you find out that it was full of shit. To make myself look more intelligent or more wise or more, you know, whatever, right? That's not indigenous way. We don't do that. That's not how we do things. Yeah, that is true, Disco Rat. Yeah, that is honestly true. You just don't know unless you ask. I mean, we may look at sometime, let me see. You're interested in finding about (1973) documentary.
Pisikwa, Karabaras, Miwachi, iyo Pisikwa kwa ni.
It is a story at the heart of America. One richer and more surprising than we've been told. American Experience presents a story that spans 300 years and a vast continent.
The greatest thing a person can have is the power. Beneguzzi. It's scary.
It is a story of hope, courage, and survival.
We were about to be obliterated culturally. Our spiritual way of life, our entire way of life was about to be stamped out.
Every tribe in this country has a time of horror, absolute horror, when they were confronted by this invader.
What we did
if you're here,
to
that's not your phone
the
here,
southeastern
that's mine.
Indians, it's ethnic cleansing.
It was done to them, so they did it back. But better.
Whatever means and manner we could, since the Europeans arrived here, we've had to fight for our survival.
An epic history of America. Seen through native eyes. Too remarkable. Too inspiring to ever forget.
The Master of Life has appointed this place for us to light our fires. And here we shall remain.
Exclusive corporate funding for American Experience provided by Liberty Mutual. Major funding provided by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. Funding for We Shall Remain provided by the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Ford Foundation, the Arthur Vining Davis Foundations, Calliopeia Foundation, and by the Corporation for...
So, if you search in YouTube Wounded Knee 1973 documentary, you can find that one. But I think we'll go with this one.
My whole case revolves around Native American issues, Native American oppression in the United States. I'm in prison because of Native American oppression. There is absolutely, I've tried many cases, many murder cases. I have defended murder cases as a defense lawyer. There is absolutely no question in my mind that Leonard Peltier was fairly and justly convicted of the crime of murder, of the two murders of these two agents, and that the sentence was an appropriate one under the set of circumstances.
We hope to let the people in this area know what happened at our trial, what happened prior to our trial, and what has happened after the trial, to let them know the truth that is going on against the American Indians in this country, by the United States government.
My name is Leonard Peltier. I'm 46 years old. I'm here in Leavenworth, United States Penitentiary, serving 2 life sentences.
I think we should be concerned with Leonard Peltier's case quite apart from the plight of a young man who's spending his life in prison for something he almost certainly did not do. I think that any of us could be there if the political climate were so arranged that we fell afoul of the system in some way. I mentioned in my book that I thought it was the most important case from a historical, economic, and social point of view since Sacco and Vanzetti. It had a lot of the same elements. It also involved the FBI. It was an early triumph of J. Edgar Hoover there.
Well, we're talking about the 1975 time frame. And at the time, I was physically located in Washington, D.C. at headquarters. And my assignment at the time was I was working what they call the Government Crimes Desk. And as part of that, it encompassed the Crimes on Government Reservation, which would be the Indian Reservation. So therefore, when the two agents were murdered at Pine Ridge, I was acutely aware of the activity there and what was going on.
Leonard is a very strong person. I don't know if I could have taken this. He's been in jail now 13 years. He's seen the courts reject him time and time again. He's seen this vile chicanery of the FBI and hiding documents and persecuting him unmercifully, and yet he keeps his spirit.
He's the one who got out of his vehicle with the two others and starts shooting at the agents. He's the one who takes them out in the escape. He is the one who ends up in Oregon in another shootout in which one of the agent's guns is found in that vehicle. He is the one who then escapes to Canada. He is the leader of the events that took place that day, and thus he was charged along with others for the crime of murder.
Our cell doors are open at 6 o'clock in the morning. I report to my job at 7 o'clock, which I work in the second floor recreation. We have an art studio up there. We have ceramics and a leather craft room. I usually stay. Everyone is assigned to a job here in the federal system. It's something that I've always really wanted to do, and finally here in '85, when I got here in Leavenworth, I decided to just start developing it. You know, I've been painting ever since. My subjects are Indians, naturally, and the statement I'm trying to make right now is basically I want to record my generation of Indian people. A lot of my work are from Indian people that were of my generation. You know, my grandfathers and grandmothers, and that's what I'm really trying to concentrate on right now. I was born in the state of North Dakota. My father's from the Turtle Mountain Chippewa Reservation. The only employment that we had was migrant farm work in the spring and through the summer. My father also received a Army pension from World War II when he was wounded, so that was a little extra that we had there. But my father and I were pretty close. We got more closer after I came to prison, but we got along quite well.
He really feels strong about this. Really proud what the people's doing for him. He's really got hopes.
My mother's from the Fort Totten Sioux Reservation.
First, if they start to calling him you big Indian or Indian face, you're not, you shouldn't do that. I wonder what's wrong with what's wrong to be an Indian. I wonder what. If it's so bad, how come God put us on earth to be an Indian?
I remember when we were living up in this log cabin where I grew up with my father. My grandmother was there. I was staying with my grandmother, and this government car pulled up. Even at that time, we were still Indian people were still very concerned when they seen a government car, a new car coming up. You know, they'd all say, "Here's coming a brand new car." And kids that hid for the woods, right? Because they knew something was happening. They never came out for any other reasons. I went to Wapton Indian School in 1953, I believe it was. My grandma couldn't speak English, so they took us to Wapton in a bus. A whole bunch of kids went that year. Lined us all up. They gave us all GI haircuts. Then ran us through the showers, scrubbed us down. And as we came out of the showers and dried off, then they put DDT on us. That began 3 years of a memory of my life that I thought was very, 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 very harsh.
First of all, we're cousins. So his mother, my mother, sisters, and so we're pretty much grew up under our grandma many years, and then years that we weren't with her, we were in boarding schools. He up north, I was down south, Oklahoma area, and so Leonard was uh, pretty much in the same bureaucratic system that I was, which is boarding schools, and then the different type of institutions as a youth, and then
I was 14 years old, and when I first started attending a number of different community meetings that my elders were having, and I basically just started to start paying attention to what they were speaking about, and got myself quite of an education on what was happening. I know that my family was living in real heavy poverty, real high poverty, but as most poor people, they're really quite ashamed of it, of being poor. So in my mind, I subconsciously believed that my family was the only one on the reservation that was having a hard time. Although I would go to my friends and neighbors and stuff, and or was having just as hard a time.
Really, when I look back, I think I always wanted to be an agent all my life. I studied to be a priest, a Catholic priest, for 4 years, and left the seminary halfway through, had my college degree, and then went into law enforcement. I became a policeman, and
I
I
love how
guess maybe
these
always in the back of my
feds
mind, I wanted to be an
always
FBI agent, and I
fuck
saw
up
it
this
as a
whole
way
entire
to
thing
enhance my
and make it all about
profession,
try and make it
my
all
career,
about
and I took
them.
it very seriously.
Like we give a fuck what you do.
And lo and behold, I got into
You're
the
just a
FBI.
fucking
It was
pig.
kind of the crowning achievement of my life.
In 1958 and 59, the Eisenhower administration was enforcing the termination policy. There was 3 reservations that was selected to be terminated: the Menominees from Wisconsin, the Klamath Falls from Oregon, Klamath Indians, and the Turtle Mountain Chippewas. At that time, there was quite an opposition from Indian people to that not accept termination. We didn't want to terminate our reservations, or our nations, is what we call them.
so they relocated Indian people to the cities back in the 50s, and so they were just given a place to stay, given a job, and then turned loose, and that was it. So a lot of them were successful. So a lot of them weren't. A lot of them ended up in institutions. But as a whole, though, most of them got involved in the different Indian struggles.
The U.S. government has made a tremendous mistake in segregating Indians on reservations and giving them cradle-to-grave paternalism through taxpayers' dollars. Every other ethnic group in our society who have come to our shores have been mainstreamed and integrated into society, basically because the American dream is an economic dream, and without being integrated in society, an ethnic group would be denied the economic benefits that being integrated provides.
But anyway, they've promised them jobs and homes will be waiting for them when they get there. Nothing brought them. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to get back. Some of them had to take the freight back, even women. See, they wanted to get them all off the reservations. They must have been after something.
If we didn't accept relocation, there would be no social services given to the people, which was existed of that time was commodities, and once in a while you get a voucher for to buy food and stuff like that.
Let's give them a hand. Let's not give them a handout. And if they get a hand, there are very few people in our society that won't take that hand
Hey, Corin.
and
How you doing,
take it
bro?
to its full advantage in terms of job retraining programs and employment opportunities. It's been said that the devil puts idle hands to work, and it's no real surprise that any group of hands that are that idle because of the reservation status and the fact that most of the reservations are far away from where the job opportunities are idle.
And a lot of people, well, you got a lot of people mad, for teasing them. But when he worked, he was a good worker. And another thing, if he stayed at any of his aunts or anybody, he had money, they got half of it for his board and room. And they, like some of these kids nowadays, they wouldn't give you a nickel if you asked him for it. But that's the way he grew up, The people, I guess he was a foster home, I guess, self-supporting, and you got to pay your own way in life. Well, that's the way he was.
Some of the statements made by the women there that in these meetings, asking for the men to be warriors and to do something to help resolve the conditions of poverty that was resulting from the termination thing. And she said that her children were at home starving. She wanted some warriors to stand up and do something about this, right? And as a young man sitting there, 14 years old, I'm thinking, wow, when I grow up, I'm going to do something to help my people.
It was a crusade. I was trying to stamp out evil in the world, and here I had a nice brass badge that said I was on the side of good and right, and I believe this. And I approached my work as a crusader. Looking back, though, I realize it kind of gave me the permission to go ahead and do anything to these people, lawbreakers, that I wanted to. They were fair game. I was on the side of right. They were on the side of wrong. And the work was fun when I looked at it in that regard.
Well, on government reservation, I think there's 13 different felonies that the FBI had jurisdiction over, and that is everything from theft to rape to murder. So you almost had to operate as a detective bureau on the reservation as opposed to the normal kinds of things that an FBI agent would work. So it was a little different. You had a different approach to your job.
Well, the interest of the FBI is keeping native Indians in check. They realize that after decades and centuries of oppression, a new spirit has emerged among Indian people. That's the activist spirit of the American Indian movement and other Indian groups now, which have split it off or are exemplifying what AIM tried to do.
At that time, I was something like 30, 33 years old. And up to that point in my life, I never had nothing, there was nothing in this society that would allow me to relate to my indigenous background. And when I became aware of the American Indian movement, it allowed me something to identify with as an indigenous person. And it really made me feel good, and that's why I've been following the ways of the American Indian movement, the teachings. To me, it's a spiritual reawakening within myself, as it has been with a lot of our people.
But a lot of them sneak off me in the corner on the playgrounds and be talking their own language. Sometimes they might get caught. When I went 2 years to South Dakota school, you had to pray just as soon as you got out of bed before you dressed. Put your bed all up and you said some more prayers. And you went to breakfast. Usually went to church first, then the breakfast you prayed, and after breakfast you prayed, and dinner the same way, and then lunch and noon the same way, and dinner the same way. You prayed until you got in bed at night. And a lot of them kids, some horsing around or something, would be a sister there with a big long stick and go up and crack them one.
In fact, I think a lot of young Indians are interested in this now. A lot of them are trying to relearn their languages that have been lost and some of the clan traditions and so forth. And they're learning it from a group of old people who are disappearing very fast. So they kind of have to get that information together now and do it quickly.
During my travels around the country, I stopped off at a number of different reservations across the country, visiting people and just, roaming around as a teenager and having fun also, when I could. The education that I received from that was that our reservation wasn't the only one living in those type of conditions. It was spread all across Indian country.
So he came out here and lived with us out there. And he stayed around here, Portland, I guess, for several years.
Well, actually, when I first time I'd moved up to Portland, I was looking for some Indian organizations to get involved with, but there wasn't any in Portland at that time. But when I had moved up to Seattle, I first started getting involved through the Indian Center and through other Indian organizations right there in Seattle, Washington. I started getting involved too with the Indian people on Frank's Landing, the Puyallup Indians down there who were protesting for their fishing rights. Um, we organized a group of people and occupied what was called Fort Lawton at that time. It was a army base that the army was abandoning and wanted to sell it to the city for $1. Well, under treaties in Washington State, any surplus land that's government no longer wants or is going to use is supposed to automatically revert back to Indian people. And we tried to get it for that purpose. We wanted to build a university under college, cultural center, and different Indian programs. The end results was we did. First, I should mention that we had the majority of the citizens of Seattle, Washington, behind us in our efforts because they were saying we got enough parks and we can't take care of the parks we got now and et cetera, and give it to the Indians. But anyway, we were given 15 acres out of it. Bernie White Bear, who's still there, who still runs the organization.
Leonard, like many of us here in the community, the Seattle community, were involved in a lot of different planning efforts, looking at ways to enhance and introduce services to the Native American community, which were not here before, and made our interests known to the city. We were referred to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for a resolution of our concern of our receiving part of the property. And we determined that the only way we were going to get any real visibility and
So what you're hearing here is very commonplace. The agreements that were made and treaties that were made, that was at any time the federal government or the colonial government was done with a piece of land. They had no more interest in it. It was immediately to revert back to indigenous people. But they didn't do that. What they did instead was sell it to non-indigenous people and make a profit off of it, and then so on down the line, right? So this is where you see in cities where you have these landlords that are being dickheads. What you're seeing is when we talk about land theft, the theft of land. So the treaties were that, like, we gave, a chunks of land or whatever that the U.S. government and Canadian government wanted for development or whatever kind of things. Um, that when the government sat back and were like, okay, well, we're done with it, or we don't want it anymore. Um, it was supposed to be given back to indigenous people, to the tribes, not or nations, not sold to non-indigenous people for a profit and kept on doing that way. Um, this is what you're looking at, and you have to understand that when we talk about stolen lands, this is exactly a part of it. Not to mention all the different violations of treaties. When after treaties were signed, they would, on their way back to government's parliament buildings, would be changed around to benefit the governments and not give any fair agreement with the indigenous tribes that these treaties were signed with or were ratified in the House of Commons to suit them, not in care or concern of us indigenous people. It was done without our knowledge and our consent, which we all know that's theft. If I walk up to your house and steal your car and take it for a joyride without your knowledge and consent, that's theft. So hopefully, that makes a lot of sense. When you hear us indigenous people talk about stolen land, I hope that helps to make a lot more sense in what we're talking about.
Headway was to actually follow what the brothers and sisters on Alcatraz had already done, and that was to physically occupy the property, and that's what we did. We came together in 1970, and on March 8th, we physically moved on to the property here at Fort Lawton. The Seattle Indian community and Leonard played a significant role and very committed to the community's causes and joined us. And all of us were, everybody that was involved basically were arrested. And we would be released, and we eventually ended up with a 20-acre site for a perpetual use, and that then gave us the land base that was necessary for this community then to forge forward and continue to develop other programs off this location for the social and educational services of people. And we concentrate here on the cultural and educational aspects and recreational aspects of the needs of the Native American community.
It's really quite successful. They're involved in quite a number of different Indian programs and issues. During that period, there was a number of different reasons that caused me to get involved and join the American Indian movement. At that time, there was an elderly man named Raymond Yellow Thunder that was a ranch hand in Gordon, Nebraska, which is right on the border of the Pine Ridge, Ogallala Lakota Nation. And he had come to town like he did all the time. Well, he'd go out there to the ranch, stay out there 3-4 months, come into town. He would give his money to his sisters, who would paid their bills. He supported them, right? And whatever he had left, he would buy some clothes and he would drink it up, you know. And he was picked up by, I believe it was 3 young men and one girl. They had first humiliated him by stripping all of his clothes off him and throwing. They were having a dance that night at the American Legion, and threw him inside of that dance hall naked. And the mayor that was there and the chief of police put a blanket on him and told him to get back to the ranch, or they all knew him around there, right? Or they would arrest him and stuff like this, right? Well, short time later, uh, Raymond was observed being forced in a car again by these same young people, right? And the following day, his body was found with cigarette burns and other means of torture. He was dead.
Yellow Thunder death, and AIM came in to talk to him to help. So when they come in to ask for help, that's what Dick Wilson told him, get the hell out of there. That he didn't like long-haired people, and AIM. That's when it all started then.
Yo. When we seen that they weren't going to do nothing but, just let another murder go by, pass, without anybody being arrested.
The Hare brothers, the very same thing, when they killed Yellow Thunder. Now, we went to Washington, D.C. and demanded that it be a federal crime to kill Indian people. And they said no. And so when a white man hunts down an Indian, takes 2 days to plan it, and hunts him down and brags about it.
Again, to slap the Indian people in the face. The older guy got 2 years in prison, but the other 2 got probation.
We had a business. Did we go kill a white man? Sat in that bar, took a beating from Bad Heart Bull, and claimed in front of witnesses, at least 10, that he was coming back to fix and kill Bad Heart Bull, of which he did. Now, that's premeditated murder.
Put your hands down in front of your
Okay, probably back in the 1972, there was what they call a Trail of Broken Treaties. A lot of Indian tribes started from the West Coast, and they traveled by car, caravan to Washington, D.C. And a lot of from Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle area, and then a lot of Indian people went there. So then BIA would not meet with them, and then they just turned them away, and then so they took over the building, BIA building, and to bring attention to them, the cause.
We started a peaceful protest, but again, because of I don't know what reasons, what the reasons were. I guess totally disrespect or hate of Indian people. We were immediately attacked by busloads of Washington, D.C. police, and a peaceful sit-down, it really was a sit-down demonstration, turned into a very violent demonstration.
The Trail of Broken Treaties, which occurred around election time in 1972, involving the Occupational Bureau of Indian Affairs. The government was very upset about that. The CREEP, the Committee to Re-elect the President, was very upset about that. Amongst the things that they were upset about was the fact is that here were Indian people raising very legitimate grounds and treaty demands right at election time, which didn't go very well with the Nixon people, as well as documentation that was found inside the BIA building showed a forced sterilization program of Indian women between the ages of 18 and 25, which had in fact resulted in about 1/3 of all Indian women in those age groups being sterilized. The government granted amnesty to people, got them out of town, but then there were rumors that approximately 30 people were targeted for some kind of action. It was a few weeks later that 2 plainclothes Milwaukee police officers attacked Leonard Peltier in a restaurant and then charged him with attacking them. According to the girlfriend of one of the police officers, Bellanne Guild, when she testified in 1978, she remembered her former boyfriend having a picture of Leonard Peltier and talking about how he was helping to catch a big one for the FBI.
They just got done lying to us again in Washington, D.C., right? And said they were going to investigate, and of course they never did anything. The chiefs of the Frank's Fool's Crow and the other chiefs and headsmen made a decision that some kind of demonstration or something to bring the attention to the world of the plight of the American Indian that was happening here in the United States in the 70s, right?
In 1972, when the civil rights organization had started up, I thought he na tell wanted ni he na wanted ni he wana iska attack to She said that in 1972, the people here on the reservation got together and they had the American Indian movement to come down because of the situations that were going on here on the reservation.
Dick Wilson, who was the tribal chairman at that time, had organized his own private police force.
The Goon Squad was essentially anybody who was employed in the Wilson administration, anybody who was working.
Hey, Mr. Fancy
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow, and thank you for the Prime subscription. Damn. Damn. You beat Jeff Bezos at his own game. Nice. Nice. Good job, Mr. Fancy Pants. Seriously. Straight up. Thank you for that Prime subscription and following. I don't know why either, Mr. Fancy Pants. Twitch gets weird sometimes, seriously. Other streamers that I know of have also gone through the same issues. It's not going to help you get a new rig for your setup, but it will help a tiny bit. I hope you have the best possible day. Well, thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. I appreciate that. I truly do. I am looking at doing a huge streaming event for January 12th, as that is my birthday. I am trying to see how many streamers that I can get to come help me, and maybe see if we can raise up enough money for me to get a new computer set. I just found out after talking, oh, thank you. I just found out after talking with my disability worker that apparently I'm allowed to each month make 1,075. I will ask Central Committee Discord if they can help. That would be cool. And that as well, if I receive money from GoFundMe for going towards as a gift for, or towards being as a gift for helping me to get a new computer, that it does not count. It is classified as being a gift and therefore doesn't affect my disability at all. So let's see what we can come up with and do. You know, Maybe we'll all get lucky and oh my God, Disco Rap. Thank you, my friend. I truly appreciate those biddies. 5K biddies. Damn, bro. Thank you very much, bro. Awesome. I appreciate that. I truly do. Y'all don't know how much that help means to me. Y'all don't know. I truly appreciate that. I really do. Hey, Waxing. Oh. So welcome in to everyone that's watching. I appreciate all of you here being here. We're watching the Warrior, the Life of Leonard Peltier. One of my relations. And a lot of the stuff that went on with like the second doing of Wounded Knee. Very interesting documentary. I cannot type because I hurt my back and have to lie down slippery stairs. Ouch. No problem, Disco Rat. I hope you need to take care of yourself, bro. Just posting such a thing. Thank you greatly, Mr. Fancy Pants. You can see the donation link on my page there. When you scroll down a bit on the page, there's the donation link there for my GoFundMe. I have it set at like $400 because prior to that, I didn't know that they changed all of that around. So now that I know, it's. I think I was looking at.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow, young Andrew. I appreciate the follow very much. Welcome in. Welcome to the tribe. I think we were looking at a little over 2,000, I think it was, to build me the proper computer that I need. And being like specifically built for it. Rather than just going out and like buying one that's already got all these 3 different ones, because you never get exactly what you need, and then you have to do a shit ton of upgrades for it to be actually what you really need. So I think it was a little over $2,000 to build the specific one that I need, specifically how I need it built and what I need it to work for. The one main part, streaming for you guys, helping to give, better streaming content for you all. And the other was also for gaming, because I do love to game. I can't help it. You know how it is. Don't hate me. I mean, it makes sense. When I was in my younger years, in my early 20s, I used to do programming on the old text-based D&D style mud games. It's been a while since I've done any stuff like that, so I'm completely out of the loop. when it comes to this new stuff, which is why I love, all the different people in my community who have helped me with understanding some of the newer programming and how to get things going and started and stuff like that. Um, I truly appreciate all the help. I really do. And Disco Rat, it's an honor to speak for y'all. Um, it's an honor to share my people's history and life and our issues that we face today and our movement for a better life for all of us. Not just us indigenous people, but for all of us here on what we call Turtle Island. So let's see, shall we get back to this for now?
And like I said, the issues essentially were economic, and basically that's how I guess people tended to divide themselves. And also there was differences. There were philosophical differences because at that time we were making great strides in moving the tribe into the 20th century, so to speak. Then on the American Indian movement side, there were some traditional people who believed that we were selling out our traditions and customs and culture and stuff like that in order to make those strides.
Between 1973 and 1976, the FBI was funding, was arming, was equipping, was providing intelligence information to a Contra-type force on the Pine Ridge Reservation called Goon Squad. They called themselves that, the Guardians of the Oglala Nation.
The people were concerned, and they invited AIM to come down and
The entire reservation is an armed camp. It has grown from the hatred that has developed between AIM and non-AIM people. The hate has developed to the point where every man, woman, and even children I seen in Pine Ridge, a 12-year-old carrying a .22 rifle.
At the present time, I am still the chairman of this Oglala Sioux tribe, and I intend to be until my term is completed in April of next year.
well, they never really done anything to me, but I just pitied all the people. And so that's why, because all my family was all with the goons, and I was only one. But I felt sorry for all the Indians that wouldn't fight back or stand up, and that's why I was there with AIM.
If any Indian is physically abused on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, the American Indian Movement is going to declare war on the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
The American Indian Movement and the Oglalas and other Indians from numerous tribes across the country occupied the Wounded Knee area for 71 days.
When the AIM came in, we had our first meeting at out north here at Calico. Then they decided to go into Wounded Knee, so we went into Wounded Knee. We did before we got.
What's up, Mr. Fancy Pants? What question do you got, bro? Okay, what's up? lady in Twitter telling me he murdered a bunch of indigenous women from the Reds. As far as I know, that's not true. I don't know who told you that. And that his job was to disappear dissidents. No. That's not Peltier. She claimed to be indigenous. Okay. Lots of people claim a lot of things, right? Peltier had, for days about it, I bet you did. Peltier did not commit any murders against, hey, sick duck, I'm okay, good to see you, buddy. Leonard Peltier did nothing of the sort. That would be another falsehood, and basically to try and keep him as a non person of reverence. I guess we could use the word reverence. They do that a lot. They pay even our own people to give out and disseminate misinformation and wrong information to hinder and promote making sure that anyone who may have a strong following or have a strong voice that people listen to. She kept telling me I was a patriarch apologist for the. Oh my God. Was she one of those TERFs? That sounds like a TERF talk. I feel you, Mr. Fancy Pants. See, this is the thing. You will not hear a traditional Native woman talking about patriarchy. I didn't even know what the word meant until that stream you rated last week. Yeah. Patriarchy. Patriarchy is a white ideology that is based solely on the understanding of colonized world and someone that lives in colonization. Indigenous people do not look at things as patriarchy. We see things more like everybody is in even balance with each other. No one's better than, no one's less than. We're all equal. I don't feel like I have ever seen sexism in any workplace I've been in. Patriarchy is all things keeping men above women. Well, that would be colonization. That would not be indigenous people in our traditional way of life. Do you know what I mean, Mr. Fancy Pants? So to put indigenous people, especially traditional and spiritual people, why do people always still bring up the wage gap? Well, because, sick duck, the Constitution is working. The Constitution is working. It's bent on ensuring that only white, European, cis male are landowners and those who make the more money than anyone else. It does not count for women. It does not count. It counts like what? Black people is 1/3 human, and it definitely doesn't count for indigenous people. Well, when you look at it, it does. I've been lurking this whole time, and I just brought to say hi. Hi, I've been busy with kiddo Kai scheming a bit. Okay, Momo, good to see you. In BC, you don't see all the Chinese people buying up all the real estate. Don't you see? Yeah, that doesn't mean that's Chinese people aren't indigenous to Turtle Island, sick duck. There's a big difference. Do you know what I mean? There's a big difference between that. Chinese people and indigenous people. There's a huge difference. They aren't cis white males though. Yeah, well, it is since transpired to permit whatever our prime minister has decided that he's going to favor at the time, right? Do you know what I mean? Irregardless of indigenous people or anyone for that matter. I hate it because I don't have a house and all the real estate prices are crazy inflated, but it's not white males that are to blame. Well, actually, technically it is, because if it wasn't for the prime minister and those old white government officials who push for these things, it's capitalism, sick dick. It's not a sick duck. It's not a specific race of people. Yeah. But, okay, when most of the people that are in the government in those spots of dealing with these things are traditionally old white males, you know what I mean? It kind of, it points in that direction. You know what I'm saying? Times change, Sue. Yeah, I know. Times do change. Now it's not just white males, it's also white women. And yes, Momo is right. And capitalism is a Western colonialist structure. It is not the indigenous structure. Yeah, capitalism affects all over the world. But it started here. It started with the rich people sitting back and saying that they wanted socialism for themselves and everybody else has to follow capitalism. Because how dare we have socialism just like them? That was the separation to ensure that the rich get richer and never fall into the middle class or lower classes systems or became poor like the rest of us. Which is where you see the governments giving all these tax breaks and free money to them and using the bullshit statement of that's true, look at bankruptcy protection. Exactly. You and me go into bankruptcy, bro. We're stuck with that shit. We're stuck with it for the rest of our lives, and even our children are stuck with it. Do you know what I mean? And that's just one bankruptcy. These motherfuckers have like 7 or 8 or more bankruptcies, and they get bailed out. Someone can literally owe and be better off than a homeless person. When they aren't creating value, they are sucking it out. Exactly. Now, see, sick duck? See? Hey, Star, how you doing? Welcome in. Do you see what we're talking about now, sick duck? Look, your viewers has doubled in 20 minutes. Cool, I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. Hopefully we can get way more viewers. I'm still working on trying to get partnership. Yeah, but I don't think communism is the answer. Well, why not? One blessed love for them. Hey, Star, thank you. Yell about racists. Yeah, right? Why wouldn't communism be the answer? Why isn't socialism and communism and anarchy the answer? It worked on this side of the planet for generations before the first contact. Communism is already the answer for everything except the poor. Exactly, Mr. Fancy Pants, exactly. See, anarchy and communism are complete opposites. Not really. Anarchy literally does not mean like, being lawless, okay? That's just the ideology that they propose in school to make you hate anarchy or fear it. That's the capitalist fucking propaganda machine. Do you know what I mean? We can't have the poor population or the working class population having socialism and communism like the rich people do. Anarchy means no government controls. Communism means the government controls everything. No, it doesn't. Capitalism means the government controls everything. And yes, anarchy and communism both works on essentially humans have had some form of communism for literally our entire existence, save the last few years. Yeah. So what we're looking at here is capitalism has government controls everything, as we see it now, where they keep making more and more laws and they keep stepping more and more into your privacy of home. Capitalism business owners control most things. The government intervenes. The government doesn't always intervene, bro. They get paid sick money to make sure that these rich people and these big corporates are able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And we just have to accept it. Do you know what I mean? Ask yourself this. Is your local community center a hub for anti-American activity, or is it just a place where people hang out and improve their lives in some way? In a complete capitalist society, there would be no government supports, no taxes, business could do whatever they want. So, in a complete capitalist society, you wouldn't receive anything if you lost your job. You wouldn't receive any insurance bonuses. You would receive nothing. You wouldn't, if I remember correctly, Sick Duck, you're in Canada, right? You're in Canada, right? Okay, so if capitalism had its full grasp and fingers into it all, okay, you wouldn't have the healthcare system that we have up here in Canada. You wouldn't have welfare. You wouldn't have unemployment insurance. You wouldn't have none of that. You wouldn't have disability insurance. You wouldn't have nothing if capitalism had its full grasp of it. Exactly. No, there would still be government. We would still have government, but government is capitalism. How do you think these fuckers are able to buy property and jack the prices up so that it's hard for you to find a place to live? How do you think that's possible? How do you think these companies are able to pay you chump wages? It's not taxes. How do you think these fucking companies are able to pay you chump wages, bullshit wages that you can barely live on, and live paycheck to paycheck, and walk away laughing as they make profit off of your work, off of your labor? Government. If the government turned around tomorrow and said, okay, no more of this fucking bullshit, boom, this is all ended, then they wouldn't be capitalism. But at the moment, they're capitalists. Because they favor the rich class. They favor these big corporations. Why do you think, you remember the little mom and pop shops that we used to have, right? The little mom and pop restaurants and you know, little corner shops that we used to have all over the place? Everyone who wants to have, I see what you're saying, Sue. They are supporting the system. Yes. Hey, free to pop up a trailer anywhere on the res. There is no infrastructure there, so you're on your own, free from pesky government water lines and sewage treatments or mail. You see what I'm saying, bro? Even the banks, bro. Every time you put your paycheck into the bank, whatever you put in your savings, they are using. They are using that money to give out loans and make a profit off of that while not giving you a penny for using your money. Do you know what I mean? Even the banks do it. Or they do it in investments. They use your money and they gain a profit off your money. Redlining never went away. Yeah. Well, to be honest, I would have more money if the government did nothing. Actually, no. If the government sat back and decided that it was no longer going to follow suit and be a sucker for capitalisms, and big banks don't have to keep any of your money. Don't have to keep any of your money. Yeah, they don't have to, but they do. The amount in taxes, etc. Yeah. So if you notice, working class, poor people, disabled people, including indigenous people. Yeah, Disco Rat. Check out what Disco Rat posted for you sick duck. 1%. Until last year, each bank had to keep 1% of their cash deposits on hand. Trump and Muchin overturned that. They are free to invest that money now. Exactly. They were still, so long as they kept 1% of the cash that you put into the bank, they could invest it and do whatever they wanted to now. Now Trump and them got rid of that. Boom. What's the title? I don't like clicking links. I will search it up. Oh, Disco Rat, if you wouldn't mind giving him the title of it, please and thank you, so that he can search it up. And I get that. He doesn't want to click on links. I get that. Everybody should be cautious of links regardless, right? The Century of Self, Part 1. Happy Medicine. Happy Machines. Happiness Machines, yeah. Thanks, Momo. So, these are things you have to look at, Sick Duck, okay? If it wasn't for the government giving these people, these corporations, or these people, or outside people that don't live in the country, then they wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. But because they're all bought and sold by these corporations in 1%, yes, multinational conglomerates, yes. They are able to do what they're doing, even though they're not supposed to be, because the treaties state once the government is done, yeah, with a gang of lobbyists, exactly, Mr. Fancy Pants, to influence policy, yep. It is quite an enlightening documentary that helps understand. Nice. Thank you, Disco Rat. I kind of don't want to call you by your whole name there, Disco, just because I don't like the last part. Yeah, it's discussing what lobbyists can do. Yeah, exactly. So here we have it, right? So the few small percentage of politicians that have gotten in that opted for socialism. Thanks, Disco. I appreciate that. I do. Yes, Disco Rat is good shit. So, because you have the small percentage of politicians that do you like the NDP? Well, to be honest, I don't like any of the choices we have. I think majority of them are all full of shit. Fooled by the rat is a small animal that is hard to kill and very smart. Yeah, I know, Disco, but up here in Canada, the word rat means someone who's a snitch. So I don't want, you know what I mean? I don't want to put you even in that thought process. You know what I mean, bro? So I think, there's politicians that get in that start off with the idea of doing something. Thanks, bro. Always operate under this maxim. Don't cancel, don't stain. Yeah. No politician is going to save us. Real life is not a movie. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Fancy Pants. It's not a movie. I have high hopes for Jugmid, in that, in being that if we can have, unfortunately, I don't know why we don't have an indigenous prime minister up here in Canada yet, but if we can get an East Indian prime minister, that might open up more of a gateway instead of having all these white prime ministers, that we might be able to get an actual indigenous prime minister one day. But to be honest, it's hard. There is probably some philosophical term, but an integral flaw of democracy is that whoever is elected will serve the majority is who selected them. So fundamentally, it has a flaw for serving minorities. Yeah. Fancy Pants, that is quite possible. It may consume itself much faster than we can overthrow it. It'll run out of fucking, things to fucking steal from. It is already breaking the oil and gas industry. They lent them too much money. Yeah, exactly. And next it'll be fucking the South Pole. They'll be all these corporations will be after the South Pole for all of its riches. Like if 70% of the country is middle class and select a middle class prime minister, he will be obliged to make policies to help the middle class and so forth. Oil futures are worthless right now. Exactly. Sick duck. In principle or in ideology, that may seem true, but reality-wise, it has never been that way. Even if we elect a middle-class prime minister, that middle-class prime minister will bend over backwards to allow these big corporations and 1% rich people to have everything while we get shafted with the bill. Do you know what I mean? Now, on the other hand, because they donate to their campaign, exactly, right? Middle class people, or if everybody that is not the 1% or big corporate in Canada was to vote for a prime minister, that prime minister has no obligation to side with them, because we cannot afford the amount of money that these 1% and big corporations donate to their campaign and lobby them with. We don't have that kind of money to do it. Do you know what I mean? And they are already taxing us out the yin yang. They're already just sucking up as much money out of us as they can possibly suck. While the 1% and the big corporations aren't paying a damn fucking penny. Do you know what I mean? So we have to look at the reality of things. I mean, Jagmeet Singh seems like a pretty upstanding, honest guy, but he's a politician. Politicians have been famous for generations to lying to the people and doing what's best for the 1% and big corporations. We know this. It's been proven time and time and time again. Do you know what I mean? Like, literally, it's a constant, right? There's no change in it. Like, if we look at, I think he'd do what he can, but he'd get a lot of pushback from other people to stop him from helping people. Yeah. I would love it if Jagmeet Singh was able to become prime minister, just for the simple factor that in proxy that would open up the door for an actual traditional indigenous person to become prime minister, which really sucks that other people of color have to become prime minister first before indigenous people can ever get a chance at it. And even then, you know, let's take a look at the United States, right? What happened? United States voted in Obama because, and he was supposed to be the great black hope, the savior for the black people in the United States, to finally maybe put an end to all this shit. And he just turned out not to keep that at all. Then you had a choice between Hillary Clinton and Trump. And what did they do? They voted in Trump. Now it was a choice between Trump and Biden. What happened? They voted in Biden. Yet there was an indigenous man who was running for president of the United States, Mark Charles. And everybody was like, no. Can't split the votes. No, can't do it. No, you're splitting the votes. That'll mean Trump will get in. Nobody sat back and thought, wait a minute. If the whole entire population voted for Mark Charles, that would have been the first indigenous person. Yeah, probably messed up. You have to be one of the two parties. Not necessarily. You can be an independent. But they push this premises that you have to be one of the two parties. That you have to. Do you know what I mean? They give you this fallacy, this brainwashed idea that only one of the two parties you can get it. Yeah, they need more parties. Yeah. What they need is a lot more than just that. You know what I'm saying? European countries have like 8. Yeah. But what we get, but either whether it's the United States or Canada, is always the choice of the lesser of two evils. Do you know what I mean? Or in Canada, the lesser of the 3 evils. I mean, no one really votes for the Green Party. Maybe a small handful of people. No one really votes for the People's Party of Canada. Only a small few. No one really votes for the Bloc Québécois, except for people in Quebec. Does that make sense? Yeah, the Bloc is stupid. Yeah. So this is what we're looking at. We're constantly giving the choice of trying to pick the lesser of the two evils. We never actually get the choice, and they do everything in their power to convince us that picking someone else that isn't in the party, the main party system, whether it's the three parties in Canada or the two parties in the States, we're never given that option. And when that comes up, everybody's like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you vote for these people, then it'll just go for a vote for somebody else. It'll screw up the whole voting system. No, it will not. If United States would have all voted for Mark Charles, you would have an indigenous president right now who would have actually done something to help change the shit you're all in at the moment. But you voted in Biden, who's the status quo guy. That's what he is, keeping the status quo. He's not a shaker and a mover. And to be honest, neither was Trump. He's just a status quo guy. Keeping everything same old as same old. Same thing here in Canada. I mean, literally, I think the only reason why Trudeau got in was that he portrayed that he was a feminist and that he legalized marijuana, or at least somewhat legalized marijuana in Canada. He decriminalized it to some extent. Yeah, a lot of women think he's sexy. Yeah. Well, you know, he's one of those fucking silver spoon, fucking college boy face, you know, kind of type of guy. Although his embarrassment to Canada is widely recorded. Well, try to take that shit and sell it on the street corner, bro. You will find out it's not illegal. Democrats and the ratchet effect. Try to take that shit down to the border. See what happens, bro. Everything, you know, even though it's supposedly legalized, he left the provinces to figure out what they were going to do with it. But that's just government intervention in capitalism, yeah. Click the picture. What are we looking at, Mr. Fancy Pants? It better not be one of those fucked up fucking links. Democrats block movement back to the left. Republicans turn everything to the right. Bingo. The corporate Dems constantly pretend like they will actually do something if elected, then consistently do nothing, leading to more disenfranchised and more of the ratchet effect that helps the right-wing GOP. Yeah. Yeah. That is true. Sad but true. So these things you literally have to look at, bro. We're being bamboozled and taken for a fool right from the get-go. From the time we're able to understand and comprehend things, we are being bombarded with brainwashing. Constantly. To accept capitalism. To accept this shitty fucking life that we have. This shitty fucking government. We're bombarded with this shit. Right from the get-go. Which it is really hard once we get it. Once we become an adult in whatever time period that we start to understand these things, that it's fucking bullshit and that we've been brainwashed, it becomes extremely hard to move away from it. Because we have to constantly, vigilantly keep it on a constant awareness that we need to get this shit out of our brain. We need to step away from that, and it becomes a constant thing. It takes, oh my God, it takes generations. Do you have a second monitor plugged into your computer so you can open links off stream? No, I do not. I do not have a second monitor. Hey, thank you, Crystal, for giving out those 5 gift subs. Nice. And yes, OG got a tier 1 sub. Yes, gifted. Yes. Welcome in everybody who is now in there. Waxing, sourcing support. Young Andrew, OG, and Yes Star. Nice. Welcome into the club. You are now able to get tier 1 emotes, which are those nice eagle feathers you see. You've been now indoctrinated. Indigenous style. It's extremely hard to unbrainwash yourself, but it can be done. You can do it. And yes, it will take a long time and you have to constantly do it. When I travel up north, there's a reservation and they have their own dispensary. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of reservations started doing it once it became legalized. Yeah. Even I sat back. I sat back and I was like, hey, you know what? This is quite interesting. Because they cannot charge taxes on it. So it's literally getting to you at the most opportune or the lowest price possible. Compared to in the city where the government charges you an outrageous amount, so your old dealer that you used to get the weed from for like 10 to 15 bucks. Do you think native cigarettes are good for the native community or bad? I think they're great. I would ask yourself this, Sick Duck. Why are you paying for the price of 2 cartons, paying the price of 2 cartons for 1 carton? Why are you paying that price in the city? Why? Yeah, much cheaper. Now, when you buy, if you buy the actual cigarettes that indigenous people, native people make, grow and make and produce themselves, you're paying even a cheaper price. Know what I mean? You get a cheaper price. That's affordable compared to these companies who literally everything is a typhoid blanket. Yeah. So these big corporations like Demorier, Export A, Players, and all of them, and all their little subsidiary companies of cigarette companies that they have for the different brands. What you find is that it's so loaded with chemicals that it's, hey, Solaris TV, welcome in. We're just, talking truth. Speaking truth to brainwashing lies. So, we all know that these chemicals, and the government has known this for a very long time, which I find really funny because they run all these stop smoking ads, but they still allow these companies to put all these chemicals in them that they know are dangerous and harmful to the population. But they won't let or work out a deal with indigenous people that make cigarettes of their own that have zero chemicals in them to be sold to Canadians throughout all Canada. Because for the life of them, they can't figure out how to be able to properly be able to tax them once they're off the reserve and in the city, which is so simple. They make so much money on cigarettes from the taxes, that's why, yeah. Well, so do these big corporations, right? And they constantly keep increasing the price, or like Pall Mall. Pall Mall used to have these XL ones, these really long, big ones. They stopped making them. Now you have to buy these small little packages of cigarettes. They don't even make real 25 king size cigarettes anymore. It's all the same fucking thing. Vape life, yeah. Well, you got to watch out for that vape stuff shit too, man. You have to be careful. Some of it has been known to blow out people's lungs. Literally. So you got to be careful with that too. Popcorn lung is a thing. Exactly, Mr. Fancy Pants. Exactly. I would say if you know someone that gets cigarettes from the Mohawk reserves, or even ones from like Dakota Teepee in Manitoba, or these other indigenous reserves that actually have cigarette making plantations and industries, I would say if you can get a hold of someone or some way of getting them to you, I would say that would be a better effort if you're going to smoke, because it comes chemical free. It has no chemicals in it. Even my fucking lung specialist and my sleep doctor and even my doctor with my damaged lungs tells me ideally quitting smoking is the best thing, but if you're not ready to quit yet, because quitting smoking is extremely hard, smoking indigenous native cigarettes is far more healthier for you than smoking the shit from these fucking companies like Players and Export A and all of these places that fill their fucking cigarettes mostly with chemicals. So if the Canadian government or the United States government was truly caring about your health, they would not be allowing these big corporations to do what they're doing. But they really don't. See, because they also get paid by the pharmaceutical companies and lobbied by them to continuously make these just maintain drugs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sick Duck, exactly, right? They care about the taxes. They care about that too, yeah. Taxes too. So these are things that you have to look at and realize. The world we live in is not as perfect and great as they try and pretend or make it to sound to be. They have literally for generations gone out of their way to brainwash us into believing these things. Which is why I also state, look, socialism exists for the big corporations and the 1%. And the rest of us and the government officials. And the rest of us live in capitalism and forced to live in capitalism. Because according to these big companies and the 1% and these government officials, we're unworthy to live in the same system that they live in. Because they must maintain a mass amount of people. I think it's fair they tax cigarettes like crazy though, because they have to pall for all the lung cancers and stuff. Well, you see, yeah. See, here's the thing, Sick Duck. If they just stopped allowing these big corporates to make the cigarettes how they make them, that cause lung cancer and all these other effects, right? If they just put them to an end and made a deal with the indigenous people, they wouldn't need to worry about that. My people smoking traditional tobacco that is chemical free for generations have lived to over 100 without ever receiving any form of that. Canadian tobacco is better anyways. Canadian indigenous tobacco is better. The American school system is capitalist, white supremacist fan fiction. It is not even a question. Rockefeller exerted a financial campaign to perpetrate capitalism throughout the Ivy League and college system, and America never looked back. Yeah, exactly, Fancy Pants, exactly, right? These thing is what you're looking at. When you gotta remember, man, when you come here to the indigenous corner of Twitch, you are gonna get the truth, whether you like it or not, or whatever. You're going to get the truth. I ain't gonna fucking bullshit you with fucking a bunch of fucking propaganda bullshit. I'm gonna tell it to you straight. Reality is reality. You have to learn to accept it. You have to learn to work in it. This is my favorite stream. Aw, thank you, Sick Duck. I appreciate that. Or if this was already covered, or if this is a stupid question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. What does returning stolen lands look like to you? Well, I'll say most definitely you would never have to worry about being evicted. None of you would ever have to worry about it. I'd sub, but I don't have a credit card. No problem, Sick Duck. I understand. You would never have to look at being evicted. And you wouldn't be facing what we're looking at now with the life expectancy of the human beings on this planet being cut down to quite possibly ending in our generation or the next generation. I understand those two, easy to say, but I would. I'd understand those two, easy to say, but I would. Well, it's very simple. Like, all this shit that we all know is unhealthy for us, I'd understand if you wanted to kick my ass out. No, I don't. I don't want to kick your ass out, Crystal. It's there is no such thing. There is no such thing as a dumb question. The only dumb question is the one not asked. Okay? Let me make that very clear. I didn't start streaming to start, to kick people out. Although if you get racist in here, well, you start showing, that racist bullshit. You might find yourself kicked out. But that's, consequences for your action. Is Native Americans an outdated term? Yes and no. Yeah. I don't control Curio's thing, so yeah, yeah, exactly, Crystal. I don't control Curio's thing, and it's his stream. But if it was my stream, they would have already been banned. Simply put. I don't need to fucking have some fucking little fucking shits whose ball sacks haven't even dropped yet coming around acting like they're intelligent. Who don't even have a fucking clue. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, well, Wig the Beast was the only one that I seen as a black person that was streaming at the time. I would have sent him over to Prime K's, where they love to debate that shit on his channel. But he wasn't on. So I'm like, well, why are you going to someone who's not a black person's channel trying to debate why you can't say the N-word? They should come to New Jersey and ask people. Yeah, like there's plenty of other streamers that are black, black African streamers that literally they could have went to and had their fun with their debates. But instead, no, they came to Curio. Because Curio's not black, so we'll just go in there. Right? You know what I mean? It's like, are you kidding me? Yes, Curio is. That's the thing, man. If you're going to come into, like, if you came into an indigenous person stream, or a person of color, or someone who is not black, and sat there and said, "Hey, let's debate on why I can't use the N-word," you're dumb. That already shows your intelligence level is below substandard. Because if you really want the answer to that, you go to a black African streamer and you ask them. You ask to debate on it. Get it from the source. Don't go running around to other people that are not that person's that you're trying to talk about that has been used against them. You don't do that. That's very extremely low. Just don't. Why do you need to? If that's the biggest concern, they have a pretty lucky life. Yeah, exactly, sick ducks. Like, come on, man. First of all, Curio doesn't even debate. He likes to have fun and enjoy stream. He likes a pretty chilled, relaxed, cool, mellow stream. which is why I go there a lot of the times. When him or Prime or Radical Anarchist Kai goes streaming, I go there and chill out there so that I can have some downtime. Sometimes I want to sing rap music, but just don't in public. Well, there's nothing wrong with singing rap music, so long as you're not using the N word. Just thinking it's funny to do that shows what little they know about their own heart and mind. Yeah, exactly. They don't even know who they are. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of rap music out there that doesn't have it, my friend. But you have to step out of the corporate music industry. Because half of that is just basically all about making money, right? How much money they can squeeze out of it. I mean, Rial on here, who's a Canadian African black male, also has, I do believe, like a rap music band as well. Oh yeah, every music genre is about playing to a certain personality type. Rap plays to people who want to feel badass. Yeah, music can just be. Just don't say the word. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Star. Exactly. I mean, there are plenty of talented rap musicians that don't use that word. Which is why, from a lot of different times, you'll see me playing, music from people that aren't indigenous, that aren't really a part of the big corporation world of the music industry that is basically all about stealing money from the people and hoarding it. Yeah. I just sat back down from kid stuff. What did I miss? Something happened with Curio? No. Just like last night, these two white boys these two white boys streaming who had a viewer count of 8 people for their entire stream history, decided to come in and want to try and debate, sent some people over and wanted to try and debate Curio on why it's not okay for them to use the N-word. Which I kind of found completely hilarious. Yeah, you were quick to remind them of the 8 viewers. Oh, fucking rights, I'm going to point that out. Fucking rights. Like, I mean, come on, dude. You got a maximum of 8 viewers ever in your entire stream fucking history. And you're going to sit back and act like you should be able to come on to another streamer's thing and chat and talk? What the fuck? And especially with someone who has nothing to do with the topic that you want to debate about. Like, for real. Shit. Even Taz was throwing down different streamers that they should go talk to and pull that shit with and see how far they get. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, what the fuck? If Kenny was on, I would have pushed him over to Kenny. Here, go try that with him. Comrade Kenny, go check it out. See how far you get, bro. You know what I mean? See how far you get with that argument. That's a just don't topic. Yeah, exactly, right? But, you know, undress those fools. Kenny would undress those. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. Exactly, right? But they don't want that, see? I take it Taz was on. Oh, she was. She did come on a little later on. She started going off on them. Oh, she started going off on them, that's for sure. She did show up a little later on. And she started going off on them. She's like, what the fuck? What the fuck you even talking anything for? What the fuck's wrong with you? It's like debating sleeping with your sister. Just don't. Exactly, right? She was a bit. Yeah, she went off on them for sure. It was spot on. Yeah, exactly, right? She was like, you aren't going to summon me, white boy. Imagine that. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly, Crystal. It's like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck, man? Curry was like, yeah, well, white boy, go ahead. You want to use the N word? Go ahead. Do it in public. See how far that gets you. Remember, there's consequences. There's consequences for the actions you do. So don't be surprised if someone gives you a shot to the mouth. Yeah, exactly, Sick Doug, right? Right? Do it at work. See what the consequences are. Do it in public. Free speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences. Exactly, Momo. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. And get a job, Roken. Exactly. And it's so stupid when you hear these fucking idiots talk about, oh, free speech, free speech. You're silencing my free speech. No, there's consequences for your free speech, motherfucker. Wake up. You think you got the freedom to say something? Well, guess what? You also have the freedom to enjoy the consequences of saying things. Wake up to reality. Get it right in your fucking head. Yeah, dude. Say it and go ahead. When you wake up from a coma in 2027, that's on you. Exactly, Crystal. Exactly. Exactly. And I damn, man. This is what our education system is pushing out. Dumb fucks like that. Dumbass motherfuckers. It's like that saying, you can't yell fire in a movie theater. Well, kind of, but yeah, you can't just do things to be obviously offensive. Exactly, Sick Duck. Like literally, go into a movie theater, in the middle of the movie, yell out fire. See what happens to your ass. See what happens. There are consequences for your actions, for your mouth. Welcome to life. If you haven't been awoken to it yet, you soon will be. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Wake the fuck up. But this is the shit they teach in school, right? Like, you should be worried about that heinous biology your mom's pumped out, bro. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. This is the shit our education system pumps out. Idiots like that. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. This is the bullshit. Yeah, parents too. Yeah, I'm not going to leave parents unhinged on it. Yep. Movies, magazines, music, culture, exactly, yeah. Shit. Ask Momo's oldest daughter on something like that. See what the response you get from that young lady. Or Hilda's daughter, for that matter. See the response you get. Both Momo and Hilda are like literally having to go to their schools, their children's schools, to deal with these fucking idiot retarded fucks of a teachers when their child tells the teacher, you're a dumbass. In more intricate ways than just you're a dumbass. I think people just spend too much time on the internet and become more accustomed to like a niche group online people, so they don't really get what the real world's like. Yeah. Right, Momo, though? Right, Momo? How many times you be called to the office, your school principal's office, because your children are fucking smarting the teachers up? Yesterday, my 12-year-old teacher was trying to make the class upload selfies to a public website. Damn, motherfucker. 12-year-olds should not be uploading pictures of themselves to a public website. That is predatory behavior. That is predatory conduct. This type of shit is... yeah. That shit's just fucked up. I even shake my head when I see people posting pictures of their children on Facebook. It's like, you don't know who's fucking perusing your shit because you never turn your cameras on, and I want to know what you look like. Who never turns their camera on? Yeah, Sick Duck, that is creepy. Like the teacher telling your children, 12-year-old kids, that they have to post a picture of themselves online. It's like onto a website. It's like, seriously? You're fucking kidding me, right? The kids are remote schooling, so they have the option to use webcams. I can see with remote schooling and having the option to use a webcam, but to like put a selfie up on a website, what? Shouldn't matter. It takes like favoritism out of the question. I think if they're doing remote schooling and their teacher wants to have them all have their webcams on so that she can see when they want to raise their hand to ask a question, I can understand that logic. But to take a selfie of yourself and put it onto a website, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Yeah, exactly, Momo. There's a button to press for raise your hand. Oh, there we go, right? Simple. Like if a teacher doesn't know their names, the grading would be most fair. No, I think Sick Duck, if the teacher didn't know their skin color, the grading would be more fair. See all those things, like seriously, like, you know, if I'm sitting there and one of my younger kids, and the teacher sits there and says, oh, well, you have to post your picture up on a website, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck, motherfucker? Can we check this guy's fucking background history? Like, I want to know if this guy's a fucking pedophile or if this guy's a pedophile in making. And I wouldn't give a shit if it was a woman or a guy. Because pedophilia doesn't give a shit whether you're a woman or a guy. They have school photos in their school files. Yeah, that I understand. But why does it need to be put up to a website that anyone can access? Do you know what I mean, Momo? Like, seriously. What? Exactly. There's no reason. The school photos in their school files are on a private server specifically for that school. My ex was Asian and she was always afraid applying for jobs. They wouldn't hire her, so she wanted to change her name, and I hated that. Like, it should be an anonymous based on skills. Yeah, exactly, Sick Duck. The world we have, man, it's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. We let our kids handle the bullshit with teachers as far as they are comfortable. Till they pull us in, we handled it like a pro. Nice, Momo. But your kids are like super fucking intelligent, Momo. Like, they don't stand for brainwashing. We tried. Well, you did an awesome job, Momo. You have done an awesome job. You and your hubby have done an awesome job with them. They're smart little ones. They don't just accept whatever the teacher tells them as a general rule of law and unquestionable. They like literally question it. They're free thinkers. And I love that about them. They're free thinkers. That's what we need more of. Free thinkers. Ones that don't fall for this fucking goddamn bullshit fucking propaganda and brainwashing bullshit. We need more free thinkers. Both of them have canceled Columbus Day talks in history class. Nice. Nice. I am literally so proud of your kids, Momo. Literally, I am extremely proud of them. North Americans score highest on critical thinking, I believe. Not really. Sick Duck. Sadly, not really. Gotta remember, Sick Duck. These schools don't weigh in with the with the normal students of their class. They weigh in on those statistics with their genius students. And they silently brush to the side the majority of their school of students. Oh no, China has a lot of fucking critical thinkers there. Why do you think China has some of the lowest fucking COVID rates compared to United States and Canada? You know what I'm saying? Critical thinking. Because of communism. That's kind of racist. You have to think. Other countries have way more critical thinkers than we do. My freedoms. Duh. My freedoms. Duh. You know what I mean? Yo, man, you can't even base it on patents, bro. You can't base it on patents because people come up with ideas, and all these big companies, when they see if it has any value whatsoever, they either buy it outright or they do everything to steal it away. Oh, yeah, no worries, sick duck. We, you're getting an education here just like all the rest of us, including myself. I am not some genius. I am not some fucking all-knowing fucking guru. I'm a human being just like everyone else in this chat. We're all still learning till the day we die. And that's part of being a human being. Right? When I have learned about the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, it all came full circle to me personally. I love seeing white people's faces when they learn that Arago was the first to write about and discover algebra. Yeah, I have so much to learn, it's not even funny. Yes, positive vibes, sick duck. Positive vibes. Algebra, yeah, exactly, right? These things you gotta realize, man. These things, we're all learning. There is no one in here that knows it all. None of us do. Aaron Rupert. So the Trump rally in D.C. off to a good start.
Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
Oh, that sounds intelligent.
Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa! Fuck Antifa!
Oh my God. That's the most unintelligent fucking thing I've heard. But learning about how advanced their culture was and States stateless confederacy where disputes were settled without violence courts. That's literally more advanced than our current system. The more I learn, the more I realize how much I didn't know. Yeah, exactly, Fancy Pants, exactly, right? The more you learn, the more you realize just how much you didn't know. Later, a guy encourages everyone to hug and create a super spreader event because COVID is a giant conspiracy. Yeah, exactly, right, Momo? Fucking retards. Fucking idiots. You ever ask a child who Antifa is? It's priceless watching them struggle. Yeah, they don't even know what Antifa is. Learning is life, yes. There's a priest in my region who is organizing massless rallies, yeah. And that's a priest. Like, I mean, come on, man. You have to be extremely unintelligent to do that, right? Literally, you have to be extremely unintelligent. But it doesn't surprise me with priests. Sadly enough, it doesn't. They're all about, well, Jesus will save you from COVID. No. Jesus still hasn't saved you from all the plagues either yet, motherfucker. Or anything else for that fucking matter. So, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you won't believe in Jesus and the Bible and all of that shit? That's fine. That's your choice. Cool. But wake up to fucking reality, man. How about all those fucking Christians that got HIV and AIDS? Jesus didn't save them from that. Call it fa as in Antifa. And they don't know what the fa is. Yeah, exactly, Star. A whole ass different priest, super. Yeah. It's like, where is it? I think this is a good time.
Then sang Moses and the children of Israel this song unto the Lord. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. From the state of Washington to the state of Maine to Brownsville, Texas, and the Triple Fork. Today, we speak to this atmosphere. Today, burn this thing. This virus hates heat. You just burn this thing. Burn, burn. I call for a supernatural heat wave straight out of hell. Burn, burn. COVID-19, 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 COVID-19. I blow the wind of God. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here now. Burn. You don't do it. You don't do it. You don't do it. You get out of here. Burn this thing. COVID-19. 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 I blow the wind of God. You are destroyed forever, and you'll never be back.
What the fuck, bro? I had to play that one. I had to play it. I just had to play it. It fit perfectly. It fit perfectly. I couldn't help it. That whole thought process. Like, I'm not saying not to believe in something. If you want to believe in something, that's cool. It's musical and political genius, yeah. But like, seriously, wake up to reality. Yeah, I can't play Eminem, no, sadly. All those big gangs. This one isn't bad if you hate Joe Biden.
That's right, you heard what I said.
And it is time for a president who understands Coldplay is the best band in the world.
That's wrong.
You got that wrong. No, look,
I got hairy legs.
I'm best equipped to beat Donald Trump. That's what your poll said.
Vice President Biden, why are you a better choice than your opponents?
I got hairy legs. Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. In the sun. Comes up my legs. From the morning until the day's done. Till the day's done.
We're at the end here.
I got hairy legs. Yeah, that's right. You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I got hairy legs.
Thank you, man. See you later.
Watch the hair come back up again. I'm the guy with the best chance to win.
It's only 66, not up yet.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys, a bad crew.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I really was the only white guy they really knew. He said, I'll meet you outside. And I said, what am I gonna do? Corn Pop, he can't stop. Corn Pop, he won't stop. Yeah.
That's fine, thank you.
So I like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women whores, faced lesbians. You could release women from those agreements immediately.
Maybe they didn't like the joke I told.
Are you willing to release them?
Release them. These agreements were made consensually.
I'm the only person on this stage that's
got hairy legs. Seriously? Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
We got other issues we're trying to get
Here's
to.
the last point I want. I mean, my time's going to run out. Here's the last point I want to make to you.
I got hairy legs. Yeah.
We are a country where there are too many people that are obese.
I am scared.
Vice President Biden, I want to start with you. Why should anyone have faith that you're the one who can get this done now?
Because I'm the only one that...
Stop. Let's talk about math. Let's talk about math indeed. Okay, so here's the math. Coldplay is the best band.
Can I respond
to the...
Why am I stopping? No one else stops.
Okay.
Joe said it right. Here's the deal. Look, I think it's important that on day one, I have more hair than anyone else.
I got hairy legs.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's right. You heard what I said. I was a pretty darn good lifeguard. I learned a lot.
We let this get out of control.
Been down in Mayfield with my grandpa. We used to play basketball with a corn pop. And he sank every single shot. Corn pop, he can't stop. Corn pop, he won't stop. Yeah, corn pop, he sank every shot.
Time is up. Thank you.
I'm not out of time. You spoke over time, and I'm going to talk. Here's the deal.
I got hairy legs.
On the 5 2020.
Everybody vote if you can. For your favorite woman or man. You can stream this track from Japan to Finland.
Get the song here. Have a great day and a great life. And don't forget to wear a life jacket and play zone defense against Corn Pop.
I got hairy legs.
Oh, damn. 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 Here, wait.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap, gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs! Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs! Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs! Place point.
You know we had to throw that in there. You know we had to. You know we had to throw it in there. You know it. Daily until the Zoomers flood you with money. I should. All right, let's get back into this documentary. Uh,
Got there, everything already got into the store and everything. We didn't get a thing.
Shooting have been bad for several days already. I mean, real bad. It's just constant, and you just didn't go outside. And they had a bunker. It was up the road going toward Manderson, and there were some trailer houses up there. And we were up there. The radios were just going on our scanners. You could hear they're talking back and forth, and then they were calling in on the radio and said somebody got shot up there. It's almost like you anticipated that something really bad was going to happen because it had been bad already for days. I mean, that was like the worst time ever. A lot of shooting went on all the time, but that was really bad then.
On our way out, they picked us up, took us to jail. Wouldn't let anybody go to the bathroom. Next morning, they got us up early. Didn't even let us wash or anything. Handcuffed us and put us in a bus and took us up to Rapid City. And that's why they sent all those charges up there. Drunk driving and vagrant and entering and carrying concealed weapons.
So the program against AIM intensified, especially with Wounded Knee, especially with the incident at Custer. The government made massive arrests around Wounded Knee. Some 500 some odd people were prosecuted, of which they only got 12 convictions. So it really reflects upon the realities of the use of the criminal justice system for political purposes in this country.
The Oglalas don't like what happened. And if the FBI don't get them, the Oglalas will.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. We have our own way of punishing people that way.
Shooting on the reservation?
You said it. We'll take care of them.
Dick Wilson was, just like a Gestapo. He just ruled a whole reservation and didn't pay attention to anybody, didn't go by the rules or policies, constitution.
Because the greatest enemies of the traditionals, in one way, have been their own people who have made it into the white world and you can't blame them either. There's been so few benefits for Indians, and they have to share it with the traditional people, and there's never been enough to go around. So they see these people as kind of a threat to what they have established, you see. And there's no reason why an Indian person should be, or a part Indian person should be Indian or not Indian. It doesn't matter how much Indian blood you have, you are either Indian or not according to whether you follow Indian way or not, or to the degree you do. And this is a matter of choice, and it's not a question of one.
See, right there, you hear someone talking exactly. It's not a matter of how much native you are, because you're a native. Irregardless of how much percentage. Bugs me how we keep saying Indian, yeah. Well, back in these movies, back in the 70s and stuff, it was Indian. They still thought us as East Indians because Columbus was searching for India and ended up here, washed up here. Got lost at sea and washed up here on our shore banks.
Person being better than the other. But there has been a pattern, often encouraged by the tribal council leadership, to make the culturated people, the ones who are Christians and so forth, the elite, and they often have more money and so forth. And these other people are considered more primitive in some way. Well, it isn't true. The reverses also could be argued.
Under the Indian Reorganization Act, we're supposed to have self-government for all the people. But I guess in order to control things, he had to use power.
And he just run that whole tribal office. He had goons all over. And he paid them big salaries. They didn't do nothing, no kind of work. And he just spent, federal monies the way he wanted to.
My family's been harassed. I've been harassed. I've been threatened. But the only thing I can say is I'm still the tribal chairman here.
And if they could work together and make allowances for each other instead of always being at each other's throats. Now, we are famous in this country, and all colonial or neo-colonial peoples are the same. We've just set one
welcome in,
against the other.
B-More.
Always advances our interests, so it suits our purposes.
It's always been the case with Native Americans. They've always tried to push them into reservations, take away their traditions, make them Catholics or Protestants, make them citizens against their will of the United States by an act of Congress, take away their land, as they have done to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Used to be the Great Sioux Reservation. That was an enormous body that was to endure as long as the grasses grow and the river flows.
I imagine he got some kind of kickbacks, is what happens. Yeah. He gave away 1/3 of the Oglala Nation to allow them to strip mine for uranium and on the Sheep Mountain Range in South Dakota. Yeah.
Well, the government has been doing a very interesting thing in this area for much of the last 100 years. It has told the Lakota that by the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868, this is Lakota land. It has also told the white population that under the Homestead Acts, this is white land.
See, also got to remember, okay? Republican. Yeah. See, you also got to remember, they told us that our native lands that are described within the treaties were never ever to be able to be sold. That we could lease them for 99 years, but never to be sold. Somehow, that only applies to indigenous people, while white people can buy it from the government, and we're just supposed to we never see a penny of it. We don't see any of it. Nor did we even get asked if we agree to it or consent to it. Things you have to remember. And hang on. Okay, we'll get to that.
Sorry. And it has told both peoples that the other is trying to take it from them. And this has been very interesting because, especially in the last 20 years, where this has really been encouraged a great deal. Red and white people are pointing the fingers at each other as trying to take the land from each other, all the while the multinationals are very quietly coming into the area and claiming the region for themselves. Multinational corporations that came in here during the early 70s would include Union Carbide, Westinghouse, Burlington Northern, Chevron, Conoco, Decker Coal, Exxon, Kerr-McGee, to name a few.
These treaties are hopelessly out of date. Most of the treaties were signed at the time when the area that was populated by Indians was a wilderness. It was before reservations were established. It was before the federal money started flowing to Indian reservations, and they simply have not been brought up to date by the Congress. And that has contributed substantially to the problems that we have faced in the state of Wisconsin. And unless Congress changes its attitude, Wisconsin's problems are going to spread as more tribes become more militant and as the extremist elements of more tribes end up saying, let us stonewall the feds, let us stonewall making agreements with the state, and we'll cut you a better deal with better money simply by being irresponsible.
To give you an idea of the magnitude of the profits that are being talked about, there are approximately 4 million acres constituting the area.
I think it's really stupid how this white guy talks about how that we're the ones stonewalling and everything. Meanwhile, it's them. And they know damn well it's them. And we know damn well that it's them being irresponsible. But they gotta blame us natives, right? Yes, the treaties are still fucking valid. Yes. Although they've broken every fucking treaty that was ever made with us. But yes.
It's the Black Hills. One of the gold companies that is currently strip mining the northern hills has requested an expansion of some 800 acres onto what the government calls Forest Service land. According to corporate records and announcements, this 800-acre proposed expansion in the next 10 years, this company, Brome Mining Company, states that it will take approximately $3.5 billion worth of gold from this 800 acres. So if you figure that you can mine at least half of the Black Hills, which is what the geologists say, for gold alone, so approximately 2 million acres, and 800 acres would produce $3.5 billion worth of gold, it gives an idea of the magnitude of the economics that we're talking about in this area. It really puts everything into place and makes everything more understandable in terms of why the Pentagon would be directly involved in an isolated area of this country against a small group of people who the corporations felt were a threat to their multi-billion-dollar operations.
I guess the difference between the American Indian movement and the tribal government in terms of issues probably had more to do with economics than anything else.
So they had a lot of heavy mineral, oil, and gas at the Pine Ridge Reservation. That's right next to the Badlands. Black Hills is very sacred to our people, but yet they want the minerals from there. So all of these issues came about. They all interlocked, interweaved, and so little history thing. Back around 1874, I believe, General Custer took an army caravan to the Black Hills, and he took some geologists with him. Saw a lot of minerals, best grazing land in the world, a lot of timber, everything. And this is so with this, they wanted this for more reasons than one. So this here led again to the Indian tribes. So mainly the Oglala tribe, right next to the Badlands, right next to the Black Hills, caretakers of the Black Hills, biggest tribe, Crazy Horse tribe.
Leonard's issue is so much bigger than just one person. The Indian people are symbolized in Leonard Peltier. He represents a struggle of people at the root of which is the land.
So, one thing to remember, the Black Hills had a big population of Oglalas that were right beside it and got pushed all the way over to northwestern section of Montana. So think of that. Think of that for a moment.
Land. That's the struggle between the Indian and the non-Indian world, or corporate America and the Indian people, is the land and the exploitation of that land.
At the time that the American Indian movement was investigating a lot of land claims, it became clear to us that there was some negotiations going on for a huge portion of the reservation with the national parks. And as it turned out, our suspicions were correct at almost 150,000 acres. As it turned out, more than that. We thought there was about 100,000 acres of land that was being negotiated to give away in exchange for rights and privileges. And I believe that Wilson thought that he was leading in the right direction. We fought against any kind of transfer of land.
And yet, as we know, it's been cut down and cut down. And the very day before the shootout here, another part of the reservation was taken for uranium land. And many people believe that the shootout was deliberately arranged to take off the headlines the taking of more land from what was once the Great Sioux Reservation, making it now even smaller than the 2 counties it now occupies in South Dakota, and taking people's minds off that and arranging a shootout. They didn't count on 2 agents being killed, but that was the stakes they were playing with.
In 1975, the same year as the FBI recognized that for the first time that a goal of the American Indian movement was to halt strip mining and stop exploitation of the earth, the government declared AIM to be one of the most dangerous organizations of the country and switched its operations from simply a counterintelligence program to a counterinsurgency program, and in fact issued one of the most unique position papers that has ever been issued by any government agency in this country. And that was a paper that was entitled FBI Paramilitary Operations in Indian Country. It was essentially how the FBI was going to deal with AIM in a paramilitary fashion. It included.
So, does this, if everybody else is here right now, just with that alone, can anyone else point out where the same thing was stated about other people in other countries? Can anyone point out what other people or nations or races were pointed out to be such a great, huge threat? Oompa Loompas, you're welcome here so long as you do not become a troll or make racist comments. Well, think about it. Think about it, Disco. Let us.
The Indian people are symbolized in Leonard Peltier. He represents a struggle of people at the root of which is the land. That's the struggle between the Indian and the non-Indian world, or corporate America and the Indian people, is the land and the exploitation of that land.
At the time that the American Indian movement was investigating a lot of land claims, it became clear to us that there was some negotiations going on for a huge portion of the reservation with the national parks. And as it turned out, our suspicions were correct that almost 150,000 acres. As it turned out, more than that. We thought there was about 100,000 acres of land that was being negotiated to give away in exchange for rights and privileges. And I believe that Wilson thought that he was leading in the right direction. We fought against any kind of transfer of land.
After 500 years, kill him!
Yet, as we know, has been cut down in the very day before the shootout here. Another part of the reservation was taken for uranium land, and many people believe that the shootout was deliberately arranged to take off the headlines the taking of more land.
Listen closely.
What was once the Great Sioux Reservation, making it now even smaller than the 2 counties it now occupies in South Dakota, and taking people's minds off that and arranging a shootout. They didn't count on 2 agents being killed, but that was the stakes they were playing with.
In 1975, the same year as the FBI recognized that for the first time that a goal of the American Indian movement was to halt strip mining and stop exploitation of the earth, the government declared AIM to be one of the most dangerous organizations of the country and switched its operations from simply a counterintelligence program to a counterinsurgency program, and in fact issued one of the most unique position papers that has ever been issued by any government agency in this country. And that was a paper that was entitled FBI Paramilitary Operations in Indian Country. It was essentially how the FBI was going to deal with AIM in a paramilitary fashion. It included everything from the role of the White House in handling paramilitary operations within the borders of the United States. We know that this was done April 24th, 1975, approximately 2 months before the firefight. Within a month later, the FBI, quoting the documentation, began a massive buildup of personnel on the Pine Ridge Reservation, including people such as Special Agent Jack Kohler, who was brought up from the Denver division. Kohler was a counterintelligence agent out of the Denver division. He was also a SWAT team member, and most of the people brought in were SWAT team members.
The more I think.
So where else does that sound familiar? Black Lives Matter, Black Panthers, Cuba, Iraq, Afghanistan, the entire Middle East, Africa, Black Wall Street. See what I'm saying? See the history? See this? Do you see the normalcy? Do you see these actions? The brainwashing of the masses. Vietnam, China, USSR when it actually was a thing. Yeah. So when you don't agree with greedy capitalism, that these big corporations and 1%, Japanese internet, and you have anything that literally remotely threatens their existence of continuation of doing these things, you immediately become the target, the enemy. You immediately become this huge threat. And the propaganda machine rolls out, promoting people to believe the total opposite of what the reality is. See what I'm saying? Yeah, you guys are getting it. You guys are getting it. The propaganda machine. Descending on the Anglo-Saxon Empire. Yeah, it is. Still got a long way to go, but it's setting. You see how it works when you are disrupting or actually ending or trying to get rid of, and they find that you are an actual threat to the existence of capitalism and these big corporates and this 1% of the population, how you are immediately turned into an enemy. The propaganda machine rolls and you are immediately turned into an enemy. And then the campaign begins. Threat to their money. Everywhere from gold, everything from gold, diamonds, oil, uranium, and now our rare earth minerals, avocados, coffee, and anything else that can be exploited. Yes, Crystal. It's basic math. The gray race will prevail. So, remember these things. Exactly, Crystal. We are mathematically destined to all be the same race eventually. Maybe. Now that we've become aware of the propaganda machine and how easily it is to take hundreds of years naturally, yeah. We just seen it there live, folks. Live.
Think back, and the more I read about the FBI and its inception, that its prime function always was to handle political dissent. I really think so more and more.
Because even now I feel it. If you go into town or what's happening, there's a lot of stuff that we go into town for, like meetings and stuff. That they'd all be there, and I don't feel comfortable around them. I try to be friendly and stuff, but I don't feel all that comfortable. I don't know if I'll ever forget the things that happened when they were, with the FBI's and the goons.
I believe that's right. I think the murder rate probably was around 60. I know it seemed high to me at the time, and I don't recall during the 3 years that I was there if it decreased or not. My sense is that it did decrease while I was there.
The American Indian movement was asked to send some people here in 1975. I think it was around February when we came up. At that time, when the call came into us, well, I was in New Mexico at that time.
While we were there in Farmington, we were concentrating on the 15 Indian people that were brutally murdered, mutilated and murdered right there in Farmington. Some of them had their heads bashed in, some were just outright mutilated. That's the reason why we decided to have a convention there. End results of that was three or four teenagers was arrested, got a year or two of in a juvenile reformatory. For 15 murders, I think they served something like a year in the reformatory. But from that request from the Ogalallas, a number of us who had already been living there on Pine Ridge and everything else made a decision to go back to Pine Ridge and show our presence, and hopefully we could do something about the terrorism and the killings that was going on. We had a camp out there on the Jumping Bull Ranch where we all stayed out there. We had a sweat lodge out there. We had some teepees out there.
Oh, wait, remember, folks, white people cannot be terrorists. Only people of color can be terrorists, right? Oh, wait. No. United States and Canada couldn't ever be committing acts of terrorism. No.
And some of the things that we did while we were there was we wanted to help build up the economy. We knew that in order to survive as an independent nation, we'd have to have our own businesses and something self-supporting. So we started planning.
Hey, Carpax. I have a clip of the streamer who was harassing Curio last night. Can I drop it in your Discord to share with them? Nice. Okay, yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Carpax. Exactly, face pants.
Large community gardens and help build some businesses. Structures from the ground up.
it was kind of tense because the American Indian movement did go to Pine Ridge, or came to Pine Ridge from, went to Pine Ridge from New Mexico, and there was an awful lot of American Indian movement activity. And I also recall that because of that activity, the FBI at the time increased the number of agents on the reservation to do their job. There were probably 20 to 35 people living in tents at Tent City. And it was their home, and it was all part of their movement. The American Indian movement leaders lived there, and that was their headquarters.
The traditional people, the old people.
Okay, Carpax. Thanks, bro. I'll make sure I pass it to Curio and them, and all right.
People, they were really concerned about their safety and the safety of their people, you know. So they wanted someone from the American Indian movement to come in here and that would be willing to stay here and live here and be a part of the community and not just come here and stay for a little while and take off and go somewhere else. They wanted people who would commit themselves here. So Peltier and myself were the two guys that gathered other people around us, and we came up here and we came here to stay.
And on June 1st, because the killings and the terrorism was still continuing, the Ogallala chiefs wrote a letter to the State Department telling the State Department that because they cannot receive any responses from any law enforcement agency, the United States government, or any of its agencies, that as of June 1st, they were now going to start organizing to become a sovereign nation again.
We knew that there was a large buildup of people from the American Indian movement, and we just didn't know what we had. And it was just a reaction to that. We didn't know exactly what was needed.
There was a lot of observations of people on the reservations out in the countries, out of the communities, wearing fatigues, Army military fatigues. On the reservation borders, there was a lot of mobilization of armored personnel.
So, this is what they do, and they do this constantly. Disco, you need to hear this too. They set you up so that they can convict you of a crime that you never committed. Okay? Then they run around disseminating misinformation. And one of their most famous things that they do to us indigenous people is claim that this indigenous person or that indigenous person is a sex offender or a pedophile or whatever. Anything in that matter that will get people to move away from them so that the people won't listen to them anymore. This is all a part of their propaganda machine that they do. These are things that they do all around the world. This is a normalcy for them. And they pay people to say these things that aren't true. This is what they do. So when dealing with someone that automatically sits there and starts talking like that lady did on Twitter or wherever, you have to seriously question that. Oh, face pants, yeah. Fancy pants, yeah. You seriously have to question that. This is what they do. This is the propaganda machine that they do. I don't know how many good brothers and sisters we have lost to this propaganda machine. I can't count that high. Face pants. Shh, Momo, shh. But this is what they do. This is their conduct they do. Anyone who's a spiritual leader, what is that? Indigenous? Indigenous? You can call me whatever, I don't care. Nah, Fancy Pants is your name. I won't do face pants. Although Momo may call you face pants. I can't speak for her. But these are things they do. See, if they can put you as a sex offender, they can steal your children. And any children that you have, or eventually do have, they can steal them on that alone in their courts. See what I mean? If they can get you and lock you down for murder, even though you didn't do it, they can still do that. Which continues on that whole entire perpetual cycle of them making money off of our kids and a constant acts of genocide. Better not to have children if you want to go a certain path. Well, you cannot not have children. Do you know what I mean, Disco? You still have to keep that generation going. You still have to keep more of your people coming. Yeah, fascists are having kids. We need to have more kids than the fascists. It is genocide, Star. It is. I have kids. I'll recruit them into my army of adoptees. Nice, Momo. You have to remember, this is exactly, what you're seeing so far is exactly what happens. They run around going, well, you know, he's still considered a hero even though he went to jail for 2 murders. He's still considered a spiritual leader or a leader of the indigenous people, although he spent time, we've locked him up falsely and made him spend time in jail for 2 murders that he didn't commit. Oh, well, now we must pay someone to make all these falsehoods and lies that we know work on making sure that people walk away from you. That no one listens to you anymore. This is the same old garbage. Continuously happens. Discrediting, yeah. The other word that they call it, Fancy Pants, is sentenced to obscurity. Remember that one? Sentenced to obscurity. Obscurity, sentenced to obscurity is where they constantly counterintelligence tradecraft. Exactly. Now we're understanding. This is a constant what they do. Therefore, it is imperative that when you hear people start doing that, you really have to question whether it's real or not. And it's not just the FBI or the CIA or RCMP that do these things. It's also local law enforcement agents as well. It is a commonplace. It is a militant tactic used by both Canadian Army and the United States Army. Locals are dumb but many, yeah. It is the same tactics all being used. We see it with the war that the United States got into with Vietnam. We see it with the embargoes and other things that they did with Cuba. When they do regime change wars, we see it all the time. The Middle East, where the United States didn't need to be in other than except for the oil industry wanting to get as much of the oil out of it as they possibly could, and how they just infiltrated it and just bombarded, boom. Yeah, we're here now. And then boom, sucked themselves out, which left an opening for things like ISIS, who are literally people who had their country invaded and bombarded and everything else that has transpired. Typically the bureaucrat method. Washington's anti-communist crusade and the mass murder program they shaped the world is a great read. It covers very transparently how American imperialism and capitalism is and has always been the motivating force behind American exceptionalism. Yeah, exactly. These are commonplace. This is a commonplace thing. And they'll place people like a woman who claims to be Native saying shit things about Leonard Peltier. Highly recommended, every category. Yeah. They'll do these things. They'll even pay their own, the person's own people. I think it's only 7.5 hours on Audible. Holy shit. That's a long fucking buck, bruh. They pay people to do these and say these things. Shit, we had a case up here in Canada where a RCMP officer was fired and lost his job because he walked up to the Hells Angels in British Columbia and handed them all the files on how the RCMP operates and forces the Hells Angels to make someone into a Hells Angels. Holy shit. A People's History in the United States by Howard Zinn is a 35-hour, I think. Damn, dude. And it's literally was documented in the news and everything. The RCMP officer was like, you know, I'd rather get you in an honest way than all these false charges and all this other fucking bullshit that's wrong to do, I'd rather get you in in an honest way as being a criminal than to be doing all these things that are against the Canadian Charter of Rights and against the law. The shortest Game of Thrones book is like 28 hours for comparative. Wow. These are actual facts of cases that have happened. The Ipperswitch or Ipperwash things, yeah. Can you change your stream title so we don't get visits? No, I want them to be radical indigenous left. That's a good stream title. I think it's awesome. If we get visits, well, I think I still have some mods that are hanging out that are, fully capable of dealing with people of that kind of sort. Canada's trolls are not dangerous. Well, what are we going to get? FBI agents? I don't give a shit. I'm Canadian. If anyone wants an Audible account, I think Sam Schindler has a link for a few free months in his advertising page in the Majority Report Audible. Well, FBI and all of them are all going to constantly be coming into people's chats. They're all monitoring all over the place. It doesn't matter what you say or do. They do it all the time. Well, here we are. While we're here, I want you all to partake in a member of this community, something that I cherish, and it's totally awesome. As soon as it will load up, shit. Come on, baby.
Who's that whitey on the cross? Romans hung up in a diaper. Not the Christ, that's the image of a viper. You try to tell me that some dude who looks like me came from Middle Eastern stock off the Sea of Galilee? Stop it. We know you photoshopped it. God had you in the family portrait, but she cropped it. Brazen with the optics, hillbilly prophet. Some tried to stop it on that corn bean and squash tip, but Whitey squashed it. All limbs chopping off. Finally, 2020, real shit popping off. Cops still knocking off. Basically, all non-whites ravenous describes their cold-blooded appetite. I know. I look like dueling banjo, but misdirection was always in their plan, though. They had it out like Manny Moe and Curly Lambeau. False idols of white folk.
There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white?
We hold these truths self-evident. The standard remains. You introduced me to a God I had to worship.
Yo, Thalen. Twilight Raid. Awesome. Welcome in. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome to the party. We're presently in the middle of listening to some music that a dear friend in this community has graciously brought to me. And then we're also going on. Been watching The Warrior Life of Leonard Peltier. So, hey Daniel, if you haven't followed, I don't know why you haven't, but feel free to follow. Follows are free.
Crystallinatic said you are something else soup. Crystallinatic said lol.
Welcome in. So let us finish listening to this dope ass music that's not copyright.
In chains, Shakespeare and King James pimp lies in his name. Every slave obey your master, played a dangerous game. Ever since they wrote that version, blood been falling like rain. Hypnotized us with religion, Gaza strip up in flames. And allegory's just a story, it don't gotta be facts. They told me Jesus spoke in parables to cover their tracks. And Michelangelo's depiction meant destruction for blacks. So swing low, sweet chariot, they breaking my back. From the days of Cain and Abel, love's been under attack. So pay attention to this journey while we move through this track. No samples, all original, picked fresh from the earth. Exposing legendary lies to free your mind with new birth. This ain't no synagogue or temple, no mosque or no church. So just adjust the bass and trouble and find out what you're worth.
There are infinite ways we can try to describe, but can we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we can try to describe. We can try to describe. There are infinite ways. There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white? There are infinite ways we could try to describe, but could we please stop pretending that Jesus was white?
I love it. I love it. I love it. And a big shout out and props to the brother who sent it. Fucking A. I would say their name, but I don't want to put them out yet. That's up to them. Out of respect to their own privacy, if they wish to share that it came from them or not, that's up to them. why I talk like I'm reading a Dr. Seuss book.
Snell terriers.
Martial law at that time. We were placed under martial law about 2 or 3 times. I think each duration had lasted about maybe from 2 days to several months. But at that time, you couldn't enter or leave the reservation without producing identification stating your business. And I think there was even curfews to where all the roads were shut down.
We know from FBI documentation that 3 weeks before the firefight, FBI inspectors from headquarters in Washington, D.C. and Minneapolis Division headquarters were given a tour of the Pine Ridge Reservation, an area around Porcupine and an area near Oglala. And they were shown an area that purportedly had bunkers. And in the words of the FBI, these areas were exclusively occupied by members of the American Indian movement. And the government talked about the need to assault these areas. The government, with paramilitary forces, the government talked about the need to use armored personnel carriers.
They couldn't find a gun. It's like someone just took a shot at us. Let's get out of here. They just took a shot at us.
What had happened on the evening of the 25th, the two agents went out in, I think it was in the Ambassador automobile, and they were looking for Jimmy Eagle. One of the places they went to was this Jumping Bull area, Jumping Bull Hall, Jumping Bull compound. They went to that area and they were looking for Eagle. They talked to people there and were told that Eagle had been in the area, but that he wasn't there now. He had been riding in a red vehicle and they might find him in a red vehicle. They were accompanied by some BIA officers.
Well, they claimed they were there for looking for Jimmy Eagle, but they were there the day before that, and they were told that Jimmy Eagle was not allowed on there because he was a drinker and a troublemaker, and that he was not allowed around that area, and not to come back.
Went back the next morning after talking to 3 or 4 young Indians that were in the area. Went back the next morning and with this warrant, they'd been told that a red vehicle, that he might be in a red vehicle. And while they were at the Jumping Bull property, a red vehicle leaves from the area they were in, goes down through an open area down to a river-covered area, and they follow it.
I think and there is some evidence indicating to this, there was a planned assault.
We know from a map that Kohler had in his briefcase at the time that he was killed that he had the Jumping Bull, he had a map of Pine Ridge. The area around the Jumping Bulls was circled. It had bunkers written on it. It was mislabeled the Wallace Little Senior Ranch, which is actually on the other side of the highway. So what we have is documentation which shows that the government was planning a paramilitary assault on exactly the area in which they did, on June 26, 1975.
And of course, when they got to about the middle of the field, the other vehicle with 3 people in it, 3 men in it, got out, brought out weapons, heavy weapons, long-range weapons, an AR-15, which is the civilian side of a military M16, an M1, World War I and Korea type, and another weapon, and started shooting at them. And they are in the center of this open area.
That next day when it came down, I was down into the camp, and I heard some shooting going on up over by the ranch house. At first, I didn't pay no attention to it because there's a dam close by there, about a mile away. I used to hear shooting there. We used to hear shooting there every day. Somebody used to be practicing or with automatic weapons. We think it was some of the goon squads. We don't know for sure. But at first, that's what we thought it was. And then all of a sudden, we heard people screaming and hollering, and so we ran up there. And we seen what was happening. There was a shootout going on. So I ran into the houses, because there was little babies there and women and children and stuff like this here. And I got them out of there and told them to get out of there. And by this time, we were surrounded, and the shootout lasted for from about 11 o'clock that morning till about 7 o'clock that night.
My understanding is they drove in past that White House over there and went down between those hills. And they took up position right down there. All of our people were over here. The only people that were over there was Wanda Sears and her children. And no fire was coming from over there. And I couldn't understand why they didn't just pull around and drive back out, you know. And when I thought about that, then I became a little bit concerned, about this. Maybe it was a trap, And my concern was to get these people out of here at that time.
Two of them, and one was Kohler and one was Williams, the two agents that got murdered, were traveling back onto the reservation, and they passed a vehicle which we believed to be a scout kind of vehicle, and they thought that they saw in the vehicle Jimmy Eagle, whom they had a felony warrant for, and they turned and followed that vehicle, and they were drawn into the compound. I guess it was a Jumping Bull compound, and when they got down into a hollow, the vehicle that they thought Jimmy Eagle was in, some of the individuals in that vehicle jumped out and opened fire on them. And as Kohler was trying to get back to his rifle, which was in the trunk, he got his arm pretty much shot off. And Williams was trying to tourniquet his arm. And when he did, several of those that were firing from long distance, they were taking fire from several different points, came up and just blew Williams away. And then they put both of their bodies face down. And then they were in that position until they were located, I guess, later that afternoon. I think that took place probably between 8 and 9:30 in the morning. The bodies were discovered, I think, around 11:30 to 1:30 in the afternoon.
I had gone down there, I guess, a couple hours after it had occurred. But from what I understand, prior to the actual shooting, the two FBI agents had a federal warrant that they wanted to serve on the occupants of one of the houses. They had approached the house, and I believe that the occupants of one of the houses had opened fire on the car. The FBI agents continued to drive down past the house and down below where the corrals were, and then there was a little, I guess, a little meadow that was bordered on one side.
The cars were right down there, and the front car was kind of parked this way, and the other car was pulled in like that. They were parked like that, kind of, so that they offered some kind of shield, I guess, for the agents.
But then the word spread through the camp that there was shooting going on at the Jumping Bull house. So a number of us grabbed weapons and went up there to defend our people.
They just stayed there. They didn't, we knew they were shooting at us. We could see them every once in a while pop up and shoot, and then they would disappear behind our cars again, And to this day, I don't really understand why they had the opportunity. Nobody was trying to stop them from going out. They were trying to stop them from coming in here further, So I know, why they didn't leave that day. I can only speculate on, I feel, I think my belief is that they knew that they had a lot of backup. We found out later that there was a 10-man BIA SWAT team that had been trained by the FBI. They were just a little ways away from here.
The government very quickly began surrounding the area as soon as the first shots were fired, and began a massive buildup of FBI and other law enforcement personnel, mostly SWAT team people, from the very, very beginning of the firefight. The firefight lasted till well past midnight, and that was one of the reasons why the FBI withdrew its forces that day. At the end of that day, there were 3 people that were dead. 2 FBI agents and Joseph Stones.
After we got away from here, we went over to Rosebud. That's the next reservation over east of here. And I think it was around September 5th when I was arrested there. The FBI came in there early one morning at daybreak. And I was living in a little cabin behind Al Running's place there. And Andy May was living in a tent there at that time. They came in and they arrested me and they arrested Andy May at Al Running's place and took us to Pure, South Dakota.
The general investigation that followed, I think, was probably as intense as the FBI has ever done in its history. The defense are correct in that. Obviously, when agents are murdered, that's given the very top priority, and it was. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of agents working on the case, which is one of the problems. They stumbled over themselves. There are too many agents working the case. There's too many agents doing too much stuff. They literally did stumble over each other's feet. They created so much paper that none of us as trial lawyers could keep track of it. That's part of the problem that we wound up in the end. There was stuff that we didn't even know existed. And that was part of the problem of working it as intensely as they did, is they created so much stuff that nobody could truly master it, and none of us did.
I think that initially, because of the fact that we had a lot of our SWAT people there, and we didn't know what exactly we had, in that they had the APCs there, and they had a lot of equipment that the military would use. It appeared that way, but once we realized what was going on, we immediately got rid of that part of the investigation, and we got back and put the guns away and got our pencils out, and that's what we do best.
Yeah, when everybody was arrested and everything, and plus under the advice of some of the headmen and chiefs that I should perhaps go to Canada, and because there was a lot of terrorism from the law enforcement agencies now on Pine Ridge. In fact, because of this, all the Sioux nations, plus other tribes, got together. This is the first time since 1876 that all the tribes got together and demanded that the FBI and our other law enforcement agencies get off the Pine Ridge reservation. That was the first time in almost 100 years that this had happened.
We, the undersigned members and supporters of the White Clay District Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, do hereby request the removal of all alien law enforcement personnel.
I haven't heard of the petition. We certainly don't plan on leaving the area until we have completed our assigned job here.
Their assigned job was genocide. That's their assigned job. And until they've managed to complete this genocide and the sale of lands that were legally never ever supposed to be sold or brokered in any kind of deal, and they broke in and busted up the American Indian movement, that's their assigned job. Oh, Lord have mercy on my soul. See, these are things that you have to watch. I hope by us watching this, and by your watching it and hearing these things and seeing these things, history repeats itself. They have not come up with any new tricks. It's all the same shit. Repeated and rinsed and washed and redone all the time. It's constant, the same garbage. Doesn't matter if it was in the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s. Doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It's all the same garbage. Just done with just little bits, did a little bit of different variances, but it's all the same. So when, you know, different groups decide to step up against capitalism and colonization and imperialism, understand and learn. This is what you're looking at. This is what you will be facing. This is what you will be dealing with. Learn from the history. I know it's hard because they don't exactly teach you these things in schools and colleges and universities. They don't teach you this shit. Shit's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. Exactly, Crystal. These things you got to remember. Understand. These tactics are still being employed to this very day. Nothing has changed. The only thing that's changed is now we have a new generation at it. That they've managed to brainwash you into not knowing history. To not knowing these things. So you think it's some new tactic. Or you don't know what to expect. When you're protesting and the cops come and pull their shit. Only when the only grace is death, what is life? Yeah, exactly, Crystal, exactly. You have to take into consideration these things, learn and understand these things. They study their enemy, which is us. We have to learn to study them too. Do you know what I mean? Know your enemy. Know their tactics. Know the things that they do. Understand them. So that way when you're out on that protest line or you're out there doing whatever, you understand what's coming. You know and see it. You can see it before it starts. And you're better able to defend yourself. You're better able to protect the people that you love and that you're with and standing together with. This is a reality. This is how it works. Know who you're fighting against. Understand them. Understand their tactics. Then you can better defend against them. That shit, your woman studies teacher will not fucking teach you. No matter how woke they claim they are. They won't teach you that shit. These are things that us native people will teach you. Us indigenous people will teach you very well. These things. We've been the enemy of United States and Canada since they began. Since the first initial contact. We have been the enemy and claim to be the enemy. But we are not the enemy they claim us to be. This is what you learn. This is why I teach you these things. I show you these things. I show you these histories. All of these things. So that you understand what you're looking at. What you are going to be dealing with. Educate your mind. Awaken. Step out of that fog. Grow. Become stronger. These things you have to remember. Don't be that skinny little person. If you can grow and get yourself built up stronger, don't be that skinny person just because. That's what they want. They want you to be the skinny shell of a person. So it's easier for them to tackle you. It's easier for them to attack you. You're an easy target. Grow. Strengthen yourself, your mind, your body, your heart, and your soul. Strengthen yourself. Do you know what I mean? No one, it's good to keep working on it. You have to work on it. Because in truth, do you think that these chuds are not doing that? Do you think that they're not working out? Do you think that they're not gaining their training and exercising? And you know what I mean? Yeah, granted, they're not exactly training their minds, but they're training their physical body. Right? We have to be a step smarter than that. Training every aspect of ourselves. These cops train all the time. These things we have to focus on. Otherwise, you're always going to be running away every time that they come at you. Or you're going to get injured all the time. Now, granted, injuries happen regardless. It's just a factor of life. But you can prepare yourself. You can improve. You can become stronger so that it's less injuries. Do you know what I mean? You just have to put your mind to it. Push yourself sometimes. Because if you don't, these things are going to be a constant failure. Share that with your friends. Share that with your community. Be that positive person that says, hey, step up, take heart. Let's get this shit fucking right. Granted, there are people that have disabilities. Cool. There are plenty of things to do in a movement that don't take actual physical strength. I'm a twig that recently started working out. Need to get bigger to fight fast. Yeah, exactly, Jane. Exactly. Exactly. You don't want to be that scrawny twig that's sitting there and gets knocked the fuck out by some beefed up fucking fascist. You don't want that job. You don't want to be that person. Do you know what I mean? Learn martial arts. Learn boxing. Learn different things, self-defenses like that. Learn, train. Make sure your body weight is proportionate to your height so that you don't lose any speed. We can even advocate that return all stolen lands, combos be priority conversations in all our brothers and sisters chats. Yes, Crystal. It is literally, you you hear them all the time. Let's look at reality, right? Reality is you can't be that person anymore that is so easily at minimum push-ups, squats, sit-ups. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. At minimum. Get in the gym or do some weightlifting from home. You can do all these things at home. You can sit there and watch like every fucking day we need to be talking about it. Electoral politics are a sham until this shit is reconciled. And I'm sorry if I'm poking on the mental stuff. Not a problem, Crystal. But see, you have to do all of these aspects. Your mental, your emotional, your physical, and your spiritual. Do you know what I mean? So we talk about with the medicine wheel. Finding that balance. A healthy balance. And walking in it. How do you think it is that the United States Army and the Canadian Army has never beaten any indigenous nations in actual warfare? That's because I care. Crystal, if I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't be saying shit all, man. I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, well, you know that, you know. You know what I mean? I'd be fucking brainwashing you into all this fucking dopamine bullshit. You know what I mean? Smokescreen shit. That don't mean a fucking thing. You have to look after yourself. If you have disabilities, that's fine. There are plenty of things that you can work on. You know what I mean? Making sure you have enough masks or gas masks for people. Making sure that you have like water and, you know, little granola bars or whatever, snacks for people. All these things. Sunscreen lotion. Lord knows. Too many fucking lobster looking faces out there after being out there for a while. We watch places where I have shown streams and videos on this where indigenous people have sat for over 115 days and more. Not leaving, not going home, and there, on the ground, right there, boom, not leaving. You see what I mean? You have to get the mentality going. You have to get the train of mind and get your body and the rest of you to follow suit. Your heart, all of it. You have to take heart. Yes, fear is real. But you can stand up and do the right thing even in the face of fear. Use that fear to give you the adrenaline rush that you need to get whatever you need done. Know what I mean? You can sit there and watch YouTube videos on self-defense and stuff, boxing, all these different things on how to do it, and you can practice it safely in your home if you can't get to like a dojo and stuff like that or a gym. Plenty of things that can be done. Look around the yard. Look for big fallen logs and start working out with them. old tires that are sitting there. Plenty of things that you can do. I do miss MMA intensely. This is good advice. See? You're right, Dalen. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, it's not hard. You can literally start doing sprinting and everything else, too. It's not like we're completely locked in our homes. Climb stuff? Well, you know, you pass by those kid playgrounds that you can literally start doing stuff to climbing, learn, you know, climbing on them and stuff. All different kinds of things that are available for free that don't cost you a damn fucking penny that you could do. Even if you have to sit there and take you know, pop bottles, load them up with water, put them in a pillowcase, use them to lift, use them to do curls and stuff. All these different things. Plenty of things out there that's free. Doesn't cost you a damn penny. All these things are there. Because I guarantee you, these fucking Proud Boys and their fucking little chud bullshit and their fucking little fucking bullshit that they do and that they're about, or these fucking government fucking wannabe fucking cops. I know hate is a strong word, but I hate the dude bro gym culture. I better work out away from those people, to be honest. Yeah, Daniel, well, you know, I mean, there are plenty of things, like I said, around your home that you can find to work out with. You know what I mean? Plenty of things in the neighborhood. Don't feel embarrassed because you're sitting there fucking curling a big log. People might kind of chuckle and walk by chuckling or whatever. That's fine. Let them. It's not benefit for them. You're benefiting yourself. Pennsylvania state as Republicans commit to a coup. Oh, Lord. What are we looking at now? Lord love a duck. Reddit.
As interim president pro tempore of the Senate, a motion has been made to invoke Section 576 of Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure to replace the Lieutenant Governor who has refused to perform the duties.
Mr. President, I am
in
totally
accordance with the Senate powers under Article 2 of the Pennsylvania Constitution.
It has not been acquiesced.
Question,
we are not changing the process.
Section
The chair is changing the rules
576
as we move
and
along.
replace the Lieutenant
That is
Governor with the interim
inappropriate.
president
You are
pro
breaking the
tem,
Constitution
presiding
and the
over the
laws of the
Senate.
Commonwealth and
The clerk
violating the
will call
oath
the
of
roll.
office you've actually taken. There's nothing about this day that is appropriate. Nothing. And we will not lay down and roll over because you got four more folks on that side of the aisle. This is about Pennsylvania. It's not Democrats or Republicans. It's not about simply winning. It's about protecting our democracy. That's what this is.
Aye.
Arnold, aye. Almond,
Aye.
There's no roll call vote, Mr. President. It has not been acknowledged. It has not been
Baker.
recognized. It is inappropriate to do such. We
Aye.
will not participate in this farce.
Bartolotta, aye. Blake,
No.
no. Boscola, no. Brooks, aye. Brown, aye. Collette, no. Corman, aye. Fontana,
No.
no. Haywood,
No.
no. Carney,
Hell no.
no. Mensch,
Aye. Muth. No. Phillips Hill. Aye.
Wow, interesting.
Tanacero. No. Scavello. Aye. Stefano. Aye. Tartaglione.
No.
No. Tomlinson. Aye. Ward Judy. Aye. Williams Anthony H.
Mr. President, I don't know what the hell we're doing. I'm not sure why we're voting. We've crossed the bridge. We've broken all sorts of rules today. I don't know what we're saying yes to or no to, because this is a violation of the process. The gentleman who sits in the podium, the rostrum, is still the presiding officer of the Senate. And any such indication of otherwise is obviously a takeover of the government. That is totally inappropriate and against the violation of oath of their offices. So as far as I'm concerned, I can say any gosh darn thing I want to say, and I'm going to say it as long as I choose to say it. No!
No. Williams Lindsay.
I'm not too sure what they're voting on either. A coup
Udicek.
attempting in the progress, and really stupid to take off mask in the progress. What are they trying to coup? Venezuela won't accept their new senator. Oh, wow. Huh.
The ayes are 14 and the nays are 11, and the lieutenant governor has been removed from the Senate for the day.
Damn. How do you like them apples? I am going to save this one. For another date. For me to read over later. Damn, dude. Damn. That's some fucked up shit. They just held an illegal vote. Damn. Well, why doesn't that surprise me though? I mean, honestly, why doesn't that surprise me? It's not the first time these things have been done. I think so, Disco. I think so. I think that's what it means. That if they won't accept their new senator, that Pennsylvania is still under Republican control. Although I am not an expert in no way, shape, or form on U.S. politics, I would defer that to, say, Joe Lewis or somebody else that's more. And this helps potentially keep Trump in. Is that the goal? I think so, Thalen. I think that's what they're trying to do, right? Or at least try to maintain as many states as Republican, so whenever Biden and them try to bring in anything new, that they'll have these people to, you know, try to hedge it off. But I do believe there's probably likely that their new goal is to keep Trump in. Yeah, TYT, yeah. Exactly right, Thalen. Why did I bother voting again? Left flank is probably getting into it. Yeah, left flank vets. Yeah. And well, everyone, we are at the 5 hour and 1 minute mark, or 2 minute mark. If you haven't followed, please feel free to follow. If you enjoy this, I don't know, TYT pretty much exposes themselves over the whole forced vote thing. Yeah. If you haven't followed, please feel free to follow. It's free. If you're enjoying and liking this content so far and want to, be a part of helping it to grow, feel free for, if you can afford it, to subscribe or, do some gifties, gift subs, or some biddies, help this community grow, help this content to grow, be a part of it. And that's the best shilling that I have right now. I'm horrible at shilling for myself. Oh, left flank bank says 309 people. So I think I'm already in 5 hours. Not a problem. I think I'm gonna raid someone today, and end my stream for now. So please don't go anywhere. Join in for the raid. Anna the Nugget is a new leftist. Thank you, Crystal. I think I'm gonna raid Anna the Nugget. She's a new leftist streamer, and she could use all the support that we can give her. So please hang out and stick around for the raid. Join in on the raid. Show our new sister in camaraderie and fight, in our fight, some love. Everybody join in, please, in the raid. She's only sitting at a very little bit right now. She's only got 5 viewers, so if all 20 would be gracious to join in for the raid, that would be awesome. Let's show this new sister to our new sister streamer some love and respect. That's how we do things, all praxis. We help each other out. We support each other, We show the love. We support each other, We show the love.
or